12-16, 2022. A chance for South Oak Cliff to do something that no other Dallas ISD team has ever done. Win a state title in back-to-back seasons. Last year, over 45,000 people were here at AT&T Stadium to witness the Golden Bears' first ever state title. With Port Neches-Groves coming to Arlington to join the Sauk faithful, the crowd is expected to be just north of unbelievable. Sauk is 12-3. P&G is 13-2. Something has to give. If you can't get excited about a game like this, you need to check your pulse. It's the Class 5A Division II state title game, and it's football time in Texas.
Millennium Sports presents South Oak Cliff Golden Bears UIL 5A Division II State Championship Football as they meet the Port Neches-Groves Indians. Tonight's game is brought to you by Build-A-Berry Funeral Directors of Denton, Nelson Law Group PC of Flower Mound, Rodenbaughs of Allen and Ronald Rodenbaugh, the Athletic Department of Dallas ISD. The booklet, Walking Through the Valley of Grief by author James C. Bivens, available on Amazon. Joseph Paul Holmes of Fairview, and Harris Ratings Weekly of Corinth and Van Harris. Now, let's join John Froh, Monty Walker, Justin White, and Blake Burnett at Cowboys AT&T Stadium in Arlington, Texas.
It's high school football's land of milk and honey, AT&T Stadium, the home of the Dallas Cowboys, and has most recently become the home of the South Oak Cliff Golden Bears. They captured their first ever state title a year ago here, and today look to become back-to-back state champions in Class 5A Division II. Standing in their way is Port Neches-Groves and their 13-2 record in South Texas. South Oak Cliff has arrived here on the back of their offensive line and stingy defense. Port Neches-Groves has seen miles and miles of Texas under first-year head coach Jeff Joseph. Their jumbo and wildcat package will try to do something that many have not been able to do against the Bears: score. Something has to give tonight in Arlington. This one appears to have the makings of a classic.
DeBerry Funeral Directors of Denton provide families with personal and professional services, keeping their wishes in the time of need. Our phones are answered 24 hours at 940-383-4200 by Bill DeBerry or another family funeral director. We are here for you. Call anytime at 940-383-4200. Details online at DeBerryFuneralDirectors.com.
Serving the Allen area since 1962. Rodenbaugh's Flooring America Kitchen Bed and Bath won't sell it if we can't service it. We have the names you trust: Whirlpool and KitchenAid appliances, plus Sealy and Tempur-Pedic mattresses, along with Whirlpool and Maytag washers and dryers. We finance and deliver. Our showroom is located at 102 West Main Street in Allen. Details online at rodenbaughs.com. You've got the hometown advantage with Rodenbaughs.
Nelson Law Group PC, located at 700 Parker Square, Suite 145 in Flower Mound, offers assistance with family, business law, and estate planning services. Attorney Brett Nelson has over 25 years' experience, and you can reach him at 972-808-7227 or online at nelsonlawgrouppc.com.
If you or a friend have experienced a significant life loss, get the booklet, Walk Through the Valley of Grief by author James C. Bivens. This booklet shares biblical help and is written and designed to help you successfully deal with grief. Walk Through the Valley of Grief is available online at Amazon.com. That's Walk Through the Valley of Grief.
Well, good evening and welcome from Cowboys AT&T Stadium in Arlington, Texas. Monty Walker along with Justin White, Blake Burnett. And this is a pretty good view we have here. We're going to have a pretty good game, Justin White.
Second year in a row we got to do this. It's especially for South Oak Cliff. They've reached the top of the mountain. They've reached the pinnacle once before, and they're back again. And but poor Neches-Groves come in from southeast Texas, trying to see if they can knock off the defending champs.
It ought to be a pretty good one. Last year, South Oak Cliff, it was brand new territory for them. Not so much this season. They didn't start out very well, but they were able to finally make it here after 3 losses to begin the season. I don't think anyone, Coach Todd back then was saying, hey, hang on, everybody. Just because we're 0-3, stop panicking. I remember reading a lot of tweets about that around week 4, week 3, week 2. So he was really trying to tap the brakes on everybody giving up on him early. We had a chance to talk to him in the pregame down in the locker room. This interview with Coach Todd is brought to you by the South Oak Cliff Athletic Department. Standing here with Coach Jason Todd, South Oak Cliff. Second year in a row, you're standing here in the land of milk and honey for Texas high school football. Last year was a crazy whirlwind for you. It was the first time. Is this a little bit more relaxed for you?
I'm not going to say relaxed, but we know what to expect. So, having the experience of last year really helped us out today.
Being the home team, does that give you any kind of advantage whatsoever here?
No, because we feel like wherever we play, we're going to be the home team. So it's just a different sideline. We're just looking to get the same result.
I'm assuming you're going to ride your offensive line and your defense again. Any other thing you've got up your sleeve for this game?
No, really just try to make sure we do what it takes in order to win this ball game against a good team. We need to play 48 minutes, and we don't need to give them anything, because if we do, we're going to put ourselves behind the 8 ball.
What do you expect to see from them?
Well-coached team. I think a team that's flying around and proving to the state why they're here and why they deserve to be here, and that they want to win a state title too.
That was head coach Jason Todd for South Oak Cliff. Justin, we had a chance. It's always fun to visit with Coach Todd. He's going to tell you like it is, and he's not going to beat around the bush. It's pretty awesome to talk to him.
Yeah, he's a good guy. You can tell he's just kind of, he's trying to be. He says he's not relaxed about it. He seems pretty relaxed and pretty laid back, and I think he's kind of got used to the spotlight and the way his team has performed. They're hitting on all cylinders right now, especially with that defense. Again, that interview with Coach Todd was brought to you by South Oak Cliff's Athletic Department. We're going to take a quick timeout. We'll be right back right after this.
Dallas ISD offers more school choice options than any other school or district in the city. Explore them all at dallasisd.org/discover. Your one-stop shop to browse and select the right opportunity for your child. The application deadline is January 31st, so visit dallasisd.org/discover and apply today. The choice is yours. Turn your kids' options into opportunities.
Since 1963, the Harris Ratings Weekly has provided Texas high school football coaches and fans complete rating services, including the power ratings for all UIL football teams, from 2A to 6A, with the top 10 rankings and the point differentials for each game each week. For more information, call Harris Ratings Weekly and Van Harris at 940-498-5176. That's 940-498-5176. And they're online at harrisratings.com. Harris Ratings Weekly, another proud supporter of Millennium Sports football broadcasts.
Welcome back to Jerry World, AT&T Stadium. Monty Walker along with Justin White, Blake Burnett. Let's talk a little bit about this South Oak Cliff and Port Neches Indians state title game, Class 5A Division II. The stakes were high for South Oak Cliff last season when it became the first Dallas ISD team to win a recognized state football championship since 1958. Has a chance to make history again tonight, become the first Dallas ISD team to win consecutive state football titles. Booker T. Washington made the Prairie View Interscholastic League State Championship for 3 consecutive years from 1956 to 58, but only won the title on the 3rd try. P&G, Port Neches-Groves, you'll hear us call them P&G at times. They come on the field right here, and their crowd, we'll talk about that in a moment, their crowd, they bring a big one. They may have driven 314 miles, but they are at full throat already. It's going to be a big, big crowd tonight
but PNG, playing in its first state title game since 1999, they have won 3 state titles, but most recently 1975. They also took the crown back in 1953 and 1955. There's some bumps along the way, however, for both teams. Back in week 4, neither of these teams seemed like they'd be competing for a state title, and here we are. South Oak Cliff was 1-3, rebuilding its offense while facing some of the area's top and toughest opponents, including DeSoto and some of those. And they're going to see some of those some teams here. PNG, they were 2-2 to begin the season with a brand new coach off to somewhat of a slow start under Jeff Joseph. But after losing its first 3 games, South Oak Cliff won 12 straight to build a 12-3 record right here. PNG won 11 straight, and now they sit at 12-2 under the retractable roof in Arlington. But for one of those teams, the streak is going to come to an end. One will be crowned the 5A Division II state champion, and one will either have a very long ride home or a short ride home. Justin?
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about the South Oak Cliff. Let's start with their offensive line and kind of against this defensive line for Port Neches-Groves. It's going to be battle in the trenches amongst the big boys. I think that's where where everything will be established to start out. South Oak Cliff's offensive line, who averages 309 pounds across that line, has kind of bullied opponents all season long and paved the way for that run game. They got 2 over 1,000-yard rushers in Tedrick Williams and Danny Green that the offensive line has been able to help with those 2 guys running over 1,000 yards. They come in averaging 228 yards per game. That's South Oak Cliff. But Port Neches-Groves can show that it can limit effective run games. They did that last week against Liberty Hill, who has that slot T offense. They gave up just 255 total yards against Liberty Hill. We saw that team last year in the state championship game here against South Oak Cliff. And I tell you, that offense can get to humming, that slot T. And Port Neches-Groves was able to tighten the screws on that offense, that running game offense. Meanwhile, Port Neches-Groves rushing attack outperformed Liberty Hills last week, totally 296 yards on 47 attempts. For South Oak Cliff to win today, I think it's going to have to rely on that offensive line that we talked about. Breon Ramsey Brooks, the left guard, is the leader of that line on the offensive line. He's a TCU commit. Left tackle Norda Stoker, an SMU commit, are kind of establishing the offensive line for South Oak Cliff. They'll be creating holes, as we said, for Javon Thomas, Tedrick Williams, and Danny Green, and that's what Port Neches-Groves expect to shut down.
We're going to take a quick timeout. We'll be right back right after this. You're in the Bill DeBerry Funeral Directors pregame show. We'll be right back right after this.
DeBerry Funeral Directors of Denton provide families with personal and professional services, keeping their wishes in the time of need. Our phones are answered 24 hours at 940-383-4200 by Bill DeBerry or another family funeral director. We are here for you. Call anytime at 940-383-4200. Details online at DeBerryFuneralDirectors.com.
Nelson Law Group PC of Flower Mound offers assistance with contract law, partnerships, and civil litigation. Brett Nelson is client-centered and maintains excellent communication to assist his clients best reaching their goals. Nelson Law can be reached at 972-808-7227 or online at nelsonlawgrouppc.com.
Founded in 2008, Joseph Paul Homes of Fairview, Texas, builds true luxury homes custom designed by Joseph Vastano. Joseph Paul Homes builds all the way from Preston Hollow to Salina, featuring a unique designer's touch in each new home. Details are available at josephpaulhomes.com and on the Joseph Paul Homes Facebook page. The Vastano family proudly supports our local youth in their academic, athletic, and extracurricular endeavors.
Welcome back to AT&T Stadium. Monty Walker along with Justin White. Big crowd expected here at the Class 5A Division II state title game between South Oak Cliff and Port Neches. These are two teams that they really bring their crowd. Port Neches, 314 miles away, but it's all purple over here. On the other side, South Oak Cliff called for a blackout, so everybody's wearing black over there for the most part. At least anybody who's a South Oak Cliff fan. It's going to be a huge, massive crowd tonight, Justin White. It may even break the record.
Well, last year they drew a crowd of 45,769 against Liberty Hill. That was on a Saturday morning. And the record right now dates back to 2013 when Allen and Pearland drew a crowd of 54,347. But South Oak Cliff coach Jason Todd, he's ready to challenge that. Port Neches-Groves, as you said, they travel well. I think I heard about that more than I did almost the team, is how well they travel during the week.
There was some crazy stat about back in the 70s, like 77, where they set the record back then. So it's not a new thing for Port Neches.
Well, and I think the thing they talked about back then, the 70s, at 77, was just a one game. The one that we referred to, the record against Allen and Pearland, that was like there were multiple games there, kind of like tonight. And so people kind of stayed for some of the extra games and were hung around for the Allen-Pearland game. But the Port Neches-Grove old record back in Texas Stadium, that was just one game. And so Port Neches-Grove kind of hangs on to that record there.
Let's go over let's give the scouting report for South Oak Cliff real quick. Everybody that has followed them knows exactly what they do. They're a much different team than they were here a year ago. Kevin Henry Jennings is not here. I presume he's still around a SMU campus somewhere around there.
I believe so.
Maybe he's in the building, but he's certainly not suited up.
He's not walking through that door.
But you know what? They may be doing it a little bit differently, but here they are, and they rely on that big, massive offense that averages 309 pounds up front. It's a lot of beef. But defensively is where they really hang their hat, not allowing anyone really to score. I mean, it's been slow going for a lot of teams trying to put points on South Oak Cliff. Lovejoy were successful. They put 37 up in the second round, but otherwise it's been 7. 26 by Heritage, Midlothian Heritage, but 16 to Melissa. Everybody thought Melissa would put some points on the board. That did not happen. Argyle had been putting a lot of points on the board. That did not happen. Only gave up 6 a week ago. So the defense has just been enormous for the South Oak Cliff Golden Bears.
It's allowed them to hang into games, and they can almost afford – the defense is so good they can almost afford to turn the ball over. I mean, obviously Coach Todd's not one to condone that, and turn the ball over, but they can almost afford to turn the ball over or – go for it on fourth down where you normally wouldn't because their defense is so good and so reliable.
The Golden Bears are stacked on that defensive side. They've got a Texas commit, Malik Muhammad, a defensive back. He's got they've got Javon Thomas, who's committed to A&M, although he's not playing a lot of defense here lately. Northern Arizona commit, David Spruells. Colorado commit Taylor Starling, although Deion Sanders, I think, may be having something to say about that. SMU commit Abdul Muhammad. If you're wanting to throw the football on this secondary, good luck. You've got a lot of big-time players. And at linebacker, Brandon Jones, 192 tackles. And North Texas commit Dylan Brown Turner, 113 tackles. Those are tackling machines. And Texas commit Billy Walton. And Walton, my goodness, he had 2 sacks last week, which puts him up to 18 on the year. That's just incredible. So defensively, they have just been rock solid.
Yeah, and the thing about their defense is it's not just just the secondary or just the linebackers. All 3 levels of that defense is superb and got Division I talent on each level of that defense.
We're going to take a quick timeout. When we come back, we will talk a little bit about Port Neches. We'll be right back right after this timeout.
Dallas ISD offers more school choice options than any other school or district in the city. Explore them all at dallasisd.org/discover. Your one-stop shop to browse and select the right opportunity for your child. The application deadline is January 31st, so visit dallasisd.org/discover and apply today. The choice is yours. Turn your kids' options into opportunities.
Rodenbaugh's Flooring, America Kitchen Bed and Bath of Allen is your kitchen upgrade headquarters, featuring top-rated brands like Amana, KitchenAid, Maytag, and Whirlpool, and beautiful Cambria quartz countertops for the bedroom, Sealy, and Tempur-Pedic beds. A must-see. Rodenbaugh's Flooring, such as hand-scraped hardwood, luxury vinyl plank, and tile. Find details online at rodenbaughs.com or in our showroom at 102 West Main Street in Allen. You've got the hometown advantage with Rodenbaughs.
Welcome back to the Class 5A Division II state title game. Monty Walker along with Justin White at South Oak Cliff and Port Neches. Justin, let's talk a little bit about Port Neches. What are we going to see from them?
Well, they come in here 13-2 on the season. They placed second place in their district in 9-5A Division II. And kind of like South Oak Cliff, they started out a little bit rocky. 2-2 on the season. They lost to Port Arthur Memorial 50-15. Rattled off a couple of wins against Beaumont United and West Orange Stark. West Orange Stark is always good. And then lost to Fort Bend Marshall, who won the district. But they were able to get payback there in the playoffs and beat Fort Bend Marshall in a rematch for the playoffs. Their offense, they run multiple formations. When I was watching them on film, they run a shotgun. They'll go under center. I even saw like a little bit of a wishbone option type play. They remind me, guys, if y'all remember last year against Lubbock Cooper when they played over in South Oak Hill, played over in Abilene. They're big, they're physical up front, and they're going to try to pound the ball on South Oak Cliff and try to attack that interior defensive line, and then maybe just a little bit of play action as well. So they're just a big physical football team. They'll be challenging South Oak Cliff.
Again, we thank you for listening and tuning in to the Bill DeBerry Funeral Directors pregame show. Monty Walker along with Justin White and Blake Burnett. We haven't heard from the Blizzard just yet. For the first time. Hang on, do we have it for the first time? I wanted to get the crowd when we introduce Blake Burnett. It goes, you know, like at the home crowd. So, hey, Blake, talk a little bit about this football game. What do you expect to see?
I expect to see a good game from both teams. A lot of offensive explosion from Port Neches, but South Oak Cliff just has one of the best defense in all of Texas high school football. They started the year rough with those 3 losses, but 2 of them being to Duncanville and DeSoto, who are playing for the Class 6A state titles tomorrow night. That just shows how good South Oak Cliff is to go up and play up in competition to start the year. And then in district play, South Oak Cliff only allowed 10 points on defense.
Wow.
Had 5 straight games of goose eggs for their opponents.
Wow.
That's how good this defense is. But Port Neches brings in an offense, and they have an athlete in Shea Adams who plays Wildcat quarterback and plays receiver, where he has 28 touchdowns on the season.
We're going to give those starting lineups here in just a moment when we come back. You're listening to the Bill DeBerry Funeral Directors pregame show. We'll be right back right after this message.
A game without a crowd is just a scrimmage. A performance without an audience is just a rehearsal. Without your presence, high school sports and the performing arts aren't possible. Ensure that these essential extracurricular activities continue to enrich the lives of students in Texas. Purchase a ticket to your local high school's game or performance.
This message presented by the UIL and the Texas High School Athletic Directors Association.
If you are going through a complex divorce, it is crucial to have a competent lawyer with sound and practical advice. Nelson Law Group of Flower Mound's legal and life experiences will help you through difficult times. Voted best of Denton County since 2015. For a free consultation, go online to nelsonlawgrouppc.com.
Welcome back to the Class 5A Division II state title game from AT&T Stadium. Monty Walker along with Justin White. You're in the Bill DeBerry Funeral Directors pregame show. Justin, let's thank our sponsors. This is a big moment at a big stadium. Let's thank our sponsors for allowing us to be here.
Millennium Sports and the South Oak Cliff Golden Bears wish to thank tonight's broadcast sponsors. Bill DeBerry Funeral Directors of Denton. Rodenball's Flooring America, Kitchen, Bed, and Bath of Allen. Nelson Law Group, PC of Flower Mound. The Dallas Independent School District. Joseph Paul Holmes of Fairview. Booklet, Walking Through the Valley of Grief by author James C. Bivens, available now on Amazon. Harris Rating Weekly of Corinth. Millennium Sports, live video broadcast of the 76th Annual Dallas ISD Invitational Basketball Tournament. That's on December 30th.
All right, let's go over the starting lineups. I'll take South Oak Cliff. You'll take Port Neches. How about that?
Sounds good.
So starting on offense, the South Oak Cliff Golden Bears, 12-3 on the season. They went 6-0 in 6-5A Division II. Starting up front, headed to SMU, Norda Stoker. He's 6'6", 305 and a senior. The left guard, and they actually are running him at right guard. So Jaden Rowe is the left guard, 6'2", 295. He's a junior. The center, Nehemiah Dewberry, 6'2", 300 pounds. He's a senior. The right guard, Breon Ramsey Brooks. He's headed to TCU, 6'5", 350 and a senior. And I don't think he's 350. I think he's like 390.
Yeah, I think he's pushing close to 400.
He's a big cat. The right tackle, Jordan Rowe, 6'2", 295. He's a junior. Your wideout, who turned his ankle a week ago, we'll have to see if he's available tonight, is Jamari Cawley. Jamari Cawley is 6'2", 210. He's a junior. 19 catches, 309 yards on the season, 4 touchdowns. He averages 16.3 yards per catch. Opposite side of him will be Joshua Manley, 5'8", 180-pound senior. He's caught 18 balls for 281 yards, 2 touchdowns. That's averaging 15.6 yards per catch. Slot receiver who made probably the biggest catch of the year last year, Ricky Evans. 5'10", 180, and a junior. He's caught 7 balls for 71 yards, and I think that one catch for 3 yards on a 4th down late in the game is probably, again, the biggest catch of the year, not only for Ricky Evans, but probably the entire football team. On the other slot, of course, we haven't seen him in a few weeks. Randy Reese, he's the starting slot receiver headed to SMU. However, he's been injured. 22 catches, 144 yards, and a touchdown. That's 6.5 yards per catch. He's also ran 4 times for 14 yards, 3.5 yards per carry. So we've seen in his place Corinthian Coleman, who had a magnificent catch here a year ago in the far end zone on the O in Cowboys, and the last O in Cowboys, if I believe, right across the middle. Corinthian Coleman, 5'8", 160. He's a senior. He's caught 22 balls for 366 yards and a touchdown. That's 16.6 yards per catch. You got 2 running backs. You really have 3. 3-headed monster. So far, in the last couple of games, the starter's been Danny Green. 152 carries on the season, 1,055 yards, 12 touchdowns. That's 6.9 yards per carry. He's also caught 2 balls for 12 yards. He's 5'9", 165, and a junior. The senior tailback is Tedrick Williams. 172 carries on the season, 1,056 yards. So basically the same numbers from both backs. Williams has 10 touchdowns, 6.1 yards per carry. He's caught 8 balls for 75 yards. You'll also see the A&M commit, Javon Thomas, 6'1", 185, and a senior. He had a big wide-open lane last week for a touchdown. He's got 33 carries for 406 yards, 5 touchdowns on the ground, 13.4. That's right, 13.4 yards per carry for Javon Thomas. That's why he's going to A&M. 2 catches for 5 yards. And your South Oak Cliff Golden Bears average 33 points per game. They rush for 352. Actually, they rush for 249 a game. They pass for 103. You add that all up, it's 352 per game. They've scored exactly 500 points on the season, given up 217. Therefore, their average game is 33-15. That's pretty remarkable.
Especially in the days of spread offenses and teams being able to score a lot. 15 points a game, that's pretty good.
Let's go over our Port Neches defense.
All right, Port Neches-Groves defense. They run a 3-4 defense. On the defensive end, as a senior, Peyton Broom, you'll hear his name a lot tonight. He leads the team in sacks with 9 sacks on the season, 39 tackles. Does not lead the team in sacks. I'll get to that. I think that's going to be Mason Trotty. Peyton Broom, 39 tackles on the season, 9 tackles for a loss. Jonathan Hernandez, The defensive tackle, nose guard, sophomore, 41 tackles, 2.5 sacks, 4.5 tackles for a loss. The other defensive end is Isaac Baker, 46 tackles, 3 sacks, and 13 tackles for a loss. 6'3", 240-pound defensive end. At the linebacker, Mason Drawdy, he is the leading tackler on this team. 79 tackles, 6 sacks, 12.5 tackles for a loss. He's a senior. At the will linebacker, 70 tackles, 2.5 sacks, 5 tackles for a loss. Nick Gardner. At the Mike linebacker, Seth Landry, he's a senior. He's got 59 tackles and 5 for a loss. At the Sam linebacker, Sean Gardner, 39 tackles, 4 tackles for a loss. He's a junior. In the secondary, Dylan Lawless, he's 42 tackles and 3 for a loss. The other quarterback is Reed Richard. He's a junior. And the safeties, junior Cameron Drawdy, 43 tackles, 2 for a loss. He's a junior. And then Torrin Hinton, 71 tackles. He's got 5 tackles for a loss. He is a senior at the strong safety.
The starting defense for head coach James Todd, South Oak Cliff Golden Bears. By the way, he's 82-22 in his 8 seasons as a head coach. His grandfather, Frederick Todd, was a longtime principal at South Oak Cliff. After playing linebacker at Texas Southern, Todd learned from legendary coach Reginald Samples, now at Duncanville, while serving as a defensive backs coach at Lincoln and as the defensive coordinator at Skyline. Jacoby Walker is the offensive coordinator. We gave you the offense a moment ago. Let's give you the defense right now for South Oak Cliff, as their defensive coordinator is Kyle Ward. Up front, Billy Walton, headed to the University of Texas, 6'4", 240-pound senior, 100 tackles on the year, including 18 sacks, and he's got 2 interceptions from the defensive end position. How do you do that? In the middle of the defense, Cortland Kidd, 5'10", 280-pound senior, 78 tackles, 8 sacks. Defensive tackle, Keith Smith, 6'3", 285-pound senior, 76 tackle, 10 sacks, 3 fumble recoveries. Defensive end, Jahatton Edwards, 6'2", 220, and a senior. He's got 46 tackles and 2 sacks, but he also splits time a little bit with Kelvion Riggins, 6 foot, 210 sophomore, 51 tackles. Your linebackers, one is headed to SMU, Abdul Muhammad, 5'9", 180-pound senior, 70 tackles, 2 fumble recoveries, 3 interceptions. Middle linebacker, Brandon Jones, leads the team in tackles with 192. He's 6 foot, 190, and a junior. The outside backer, Dylan Brown Turner, 6'1", 205, and a senior. Boy, that'd be something if you're 295 playing outside backer. But also at times you're going to have Jaden Shelton, the 6 foot, 200-pound sophomore, 52 tackles, 2 sacks, and 1 interception. He had a big interception against Melissa a few weeks ago. Your cornerbacks, Jamarian Clark, 6 foot, 170, senior. Your free safety is David Spruels, 69 tackles, 6 interceptions, 5'8", 170, and a senior. Strong safety, Taylor Starling, 5'10", 170, senior, 65 tackles, 3 interceptions, headed to Colorado, or at least was before Deion Sanders came on board. And then Malik Muhammad headed to the University of Texas, 6'1", 180-pound senior, 58 tackles, 1 interception, 1 fumble recovery. That is your starting defense for the South Oak Cliff Golden Bears. Let's go over the offense for Port Neches-Groves.
All right, let's start with the offensive line for the Indians. Number 72 left tackle is senior Jansen Ware. At the left guard, a junior, Mario Miguel. 6'1", 290-pound senior at center is Bryce Lofton. 6'2", 305-pound senior at right guard is Elizardo Pena. At the right tackle, a 6'5", 290-pound sophomore, big kid for a sophomore, Jackson Christian, there at right tackle. The ex-receiver Blake talked about earlier, Shea Adams, 6'4", 190 pounds, 35 catches, 429 yards, and 5 touchdowns. Averages about a little over 12 yards a catch. The other receiver, Landon Guarnier, 47 catches, 746 yards. He's got 6 touchdowns on the season. He's a senior. At the Z receiver, Chance Prosperi. Do we say Prosperi?
Prosperi.
5'11", 175-pound senior. 64 catches, 1,076 yards, and 12 touchdowns on the season. In the backfield, Isaiah Wynn, 205 carries, 1,204 yards, 6 touchdowns on the season. He had 261 yards on the ground last week wide receiver is Brock Hebert, 18 carries, 80 yards, 1 touchdown, 6 catches for 37 yards, and no touchdowns. Offensive coordinator is Cade McCrary for Port Neches-Groves. They're coached by Jeff Joseph. He's in his first year, 13-2 on the season. He's in his 14th year of coaching. He's the son of legendary head coach of Katy, Gary Joseph. And I know Katy is used to making trips here to AT&T, and said this is not a business trip for Gary Joseph. He's there to support his son, I imagine. Jeff Joseph, who's, again, the coach there at Port Neches-Groves. He's the grandson of Eddie Joseph, legendary head coach there. And but yeah, that's Port Neches-Groves offense, 13-2 on the season, 6-1 in district.
We're in the Bill DeBerry Funeral Directors pregame show. Monty Walker along with Justin White, Blake Burnett. Let's get some final thoughts from you guys. We've had the scouting report by Rodenbaugh's Bed and Bath of Allen. We've had the South Oak Cliff scouting report by Dallas ISD. We've had Rodenbaugh's Flooring America. We were talking a little bit about the being at AT&T Stadium and the crowd and all of that. That was brought to you by Rodenbaugh's Flooring America, and of course Coach Todd's interview brought to you by South Oak Cliff Athletic Department. Keys to victory, gentlemen. You want to go first, Justin?
I'm going to let Blake go first.
So keys to victory for whichever team, Blake.
I'll go with South Oak Cliff. Keys to victory on the offensive side of the ball is Danny Green, Javon Thomas, and Tedrick Williams, the three-headed monster of running backs running behind this massive offensive line. And Port Neches-Groves' D-line isn't as big, not even close as big as South Oak Cliff's offensive line. And I also...
Yeah, but who is?
No one is as big in the high school ranks. Even Duncanville struggled to match the size.
I think the University of North Texas would like to be that big.
Yeah, I agree. But my X factor tonight for South Oak Cliff is Tedrick Williams. He was the backup quarterback a year ago. Could we see a little trick play using him throwing the football in this game?
Let's take the other angle, Justin White. How about Port Neches-Groves? What are the keys to victory for Port Neches?
I think they're going to have to. I think they need to try to get up big on South Oak Cliff. If you get up big up on South Oak Cliff and make them have to come from behind, they're not a fast. They can't score very quickly. They usually used to grind it out. So if you can get up big, maybe 2 touchdowns on South Oak Cliff, and make them play from behind, that may be your key there. Problem is, a lot of teams have tried doing that have not been successful because of the stingy defense by South Oak Cliff.
And that's where I'll go with my final thought on the South Oak Cliff Golden Bears, that stingy defense. I think in order to carry the victory home, they're going to have to hold them to limited points like they always do. I think we're ready for the national anthem, and we'll let you have it here. From AT&T Stadium, it's the Class 5A Division II State Championship. Big crowd at AT&T. And with that, Justin White, it is football time in Texas. Your officials for tonight's game out of the Fort Worth chapter, the referee is Bill Theodore, the umpire Durwood Manley. Head linesman Thomas Bean, the line judge Thomas Bennett, the back judge Kevin Yarborough, the field judge Bradley Vick, the side judge Bryant Warren, and the alternate is Arthur Williams. They're out of the Fort Worth chapter. This is the same crew that they had a year ago here at AT&T Stadium for the state championship, minus one person. So they're familiar with the group.
And they made some calls that I thought were kind of in the favor of South Oak Cliff a couple of times last year. So maybe that's helpful of South Oak Cliff being a crew they're familiar with.
Neither team has come out of their tunnel yet. South Oak Cliff has a tunnel for the first time that we've seen. There's a tunnel over there, a big Texas shape with the Golden Bears logo, the big bear face with one side is dark and one side has the gold color of the bear. So a good look over there. Apparently no walking out of nowhere tonight. They're going to actually run through a tunnel, or at least walk out of it.
Yeah, they may walk out of that tunnel.
We're here at AT&T Stadium, formerly Cowboy Stadium. It's a retractable roof stadium, and it serves as the home of the Dallas Cowboys of the National Football League and was completed on May 27, 2009. It's also the home of the Cotton Bowl Classic and the Big 12 championship game. The facility, owned by the city of Arlington, can also be used for a variety of other activities such as concerts, basketball games, soccer, college, high school football, as we are here tonight, rodeos, motocross, everything. As you can hear the band getting ready, they're ready to blow the roof off of this Jerry World. And it is called that because Dallas Cowboys owner Jerry Jones originally envisioned this place as an entertainment venue, and here we are. It can seat around 80,000 people, but can be reconfigured to hold 100,000 seats, making it the largest stadium in the NFL by seating capacity. Additional attendance can be made possible by the party pass. Everybody's seen that. Open areas section behind the seats in the end zone. So this place is massive. The record attendance for an NFL regular season game was set in 2009 with a crowd of 105,121. It's also the world's 34th largest high-definition video screen that's right in front of our face, Justin White.
Yeah, it's kind of hard sometimes not to look at the game and look up at that screen. So we're having to kind of train ourselves to look at the game. But at least they have some replay at times to look when you have to look at the screen.
Hey, we're in the actual NFL visiting radio booths. It's a nice setup over here, overlooking the field. We are in the corner of the end zone. We do have TVs right to our right. Blake's got one to his left, and the big giant screen above us are staring right at us. So no reason for me to be Mr. Magoo tonight and not be able to see some numbers, even though it's way down there.
Yeah, you don't need the binoculars at all because you got enough TVs and videos here to look at. I'm looking at the crowd, guys. Is the crowd? I know we're trying to break a record here tonight, possibly. More people coming in.
There's a lot of purple down there.
Yeah.
Why don't you go ahead and go over our sponsors, if you will, as we're just about ready to get into this thing here at AT&T.
Millennium Sports and the South Oak Cliff Golden Bears wish to thank tonight's broadcast sponsors. Bill DeBerry, Funeral Directors of Denton. Rodenball's Flooring America, Kitchen, Bed, and Bath of Allen. Nelson Law Group, PC of Flower Mound. The Dallas Independent School District. Joseph Paul Holmes of Fairview. Booklet Walking Through the Valley of Grief by author James C. Bivens, available now on Amazon. Harris Rating Weekly of Corinth. Millennium Sports, live video broadcast of the 76th Annual Dallas ISD Invitational Basketball Tournament on December 30th.
It's 42 degrees outside of AT&T Stadium, but it's a perfect 70 degrees inside.
The roof is closed.
You want to give us field conditions? I guess that's what it is.
Yeah, the roof is closed. Climate control feels great out here. And,
All we're waiting on now is the teams to run out of their tunnels. I see the smoke in the Port Neches-Groves tunnel. They've got a purple tunnel with the Indians on it. Of course, they are the Indians. And Golden Bears on the other side. It's black and gold. And from what we've seen, here comes Port Neches-Groves. They're in all white. White jerseys, white pants, white helmets, purple numerals, 2 purple stripes on each sleeve. And they have the 2 stripes down the pants, 2 purple stripes.
Do they have a little bit of TCU look to them, kind of?
Maybe a little bit, but this is kind of a throwback look to the 1950s, perhaps, with the 2 thin stripes down the side of the pants and the 2 thin stripes down the sleeves. And the 2 thin stripes above the helmet going straight back. Again, an all-white look. White helmet, white pants, white jerseys. Outlined in purple numbers. And let me tell you what, though. The entire home side from end zone to end zone is in purple. Matter of fact, it wraps around from about the middle of the goalpost to the middle of the goalpost in all purple. On the other side is the home team, your South Oak Cliff Golden Bears, and they make their way through the tunnel. They're in all black. Black pants, black jerseys, black helmets. Mecca on the side of the helmet.
I heard someone say during the week, Port Neches-Groves, they're bringing the whole city. Last one out, turn the lights out. I think they brought the whole city with them. It is really a big crowd for Port Neches-Groves. They really did show out.
No stripe down the side of the black pants for South Oak Cliff. Matter of fact, their pants are well above the knee. They look like tight shorts.
Yeah.
Black jerseys have 2 gold stripes over the shoulders, and their numbers are gold outlined in white. And I'm not talking yellow gold. We're not talking about road hazard gold. We're talking about gold, like on your front teeth type of gold. That's what kind of gold I'm talking about.
A grill, like a gold grill. But yeah, and the numbers, we can see the numbers okay, right?
Well, especially with the video board, yes.
Yeah, on the video.
But with the naked eye,
it's really tough with the naked eye. The gold on black is not really easy, but hey, we'll get.
I think it's better than the gold on white.
We don't have any excuses tonight, boys.
Yeah.
If we can't see it tonight, and hey, there's not going to be any fog here tonight either, as we had a week ago.
Oh wow, that was talk about weather conditions.
So we have had the national anthem, and again, you're in the Bill DeBerry Funeral Director's pregame show, but we're getting ready to have a coin toss here and see which way everybody's going. South Oak Cliff, Coach Jason Todd loves to defer if they win, and we would expect that either way this thing goes, we would expect Port Neches-Groves to have the football first. One would expect.
Yeah, I would think they would try to get Port Neches will try to, if they win the toss, take the ball. And South Oak Cliff likes to defer. They like to get that ball in the second half, maybe get a back-to-back possession from the end of the first half to begin the second half.
Captain's is Elizardo Pena is one for Port Neches-Groves. It appears that Bryce Lofton is another. Tedrick Williams is a captain for South Oak Cliff. And Cortland Kidd a captain. The coin toss is up in the air. We'll see what happens here. They pick it up. Talking to South Oak Cliff, the home team.
I think they've won the toss.
Looks like South Oak Cliff has won the toss, and they have deferred for the second half. So we are...
Where's our directions here?
Let me get my bearings about me. Should have done this previously, but this is a east-west field. And it appears that South Oak Cliff will be defending the east field end zone. Therefore, Port Neches-Groves will be traveling right to left from our vantage point to the east.
Well, they did exactly what they wanted to do. They won the toss and deferred. Well, let their defense get on the field first.
You can tell by the crowd, I'm sure this is a big one. I'm not sure if it's a record crowd, but it is packed here at Jerry World.
Port Neches brought their whole town. South Oak Cliff brought Dallas. I bet DeSoto, Duncanville, Lancaster, Cedar Hill. I bet they're all representing down from southern Dallas County.
That's another thing. South Oak Cliff only had 26 miles to travel here, whereas Port Neches-Groves had 314. But they all traveled well, no matter the distance.
You know, and that's been talked about here last couple of days about having the state championship still in one place, keeping it at AT&T Stadium or moving it to other places. South Oak Cliff has benefited from having it right here in their backyard.
Back deep to return this opening kickoff will be Landon Garner, rather. And also Dylan Lawless. Of course, doing the kicking for South Oak Cliff will be again Diego Varela. He's done such a great job for the past 2 seasons. Varela. Mm-hmm. How about 2 rings for Varela, who was our He was one of our players of the game.
Yeah, he was key in that Melissa game when they really needed some field goals, needed some points when their offense was struggling. Came away with some key field goals down the stretch.
Varala stands 10 yards away. Looks, raises his hand, and the Class 5A Division II State Final Classic Championship game is underway. And the ball sails out of bounds at the 9-yard line. Flag goes down on that one, and Port Neches-Groves will have good field position to start this one. I would assume they would take the field position and not elect to re-kick here.
I would think so. Not a good start there for South Oak Cliff, but again, you can afford to make mistakes with this defense for the Golden Bears.
P&G will call them also. Port Neches-Groves. SOC will call them also. South Oak Cliff Golden Bears. As Port Neches-Groves comes out. Again, starting offense, starting quarterback Cole Crippen, 168 for 317, 2 interceptions, 461 yards. 2,461 yards, 26 touchdowns. This is going to be Adams, however, in the Wildcat to open the football game. And they have done that at times. They run the jumbo package. They'll bring in Isaac Baker, the H-back, the tight end Kirby Miller, who's actually an offensive lineman number. They'll bring in Nick Gardner, and Shea Adams will line up at quarterback, and that's what they did there on the opening play. Second down, not much doing there. It'll be second down at about 7 for the 3 yards. There's a handoff to Wynn up the middle. Isaiah Wynn on the first big play of the night, right up the middle for good yardage and a first down.
I tell you what, they get the jumbo package. They bring an H-back in there. I believe Isaac Baker may be lined up there at H-back and got a good seal, good block. Actually, that may have been 32. Maybe Brock Hebert, the tight end fullback, came across and sealed off a good block and gave Wynn a nice hole for a first down.
Crippen in the gun with 2 receivers near side. He'll roll out to his left, wanting to throw down the left side, looking for wide open. And it's going to be a touchdown on the 4th play of the game. Landon Garner from Cole Crippen. 53 yards. And Port Neches-Groves is on the board first to start this football game with 10:52 left to go in the first. 6-0 awaiting the PAT.
That's a great secondary for South Oak Cliff, and sometimes the best way to attack it is just go right at it. And Guarnere got right behind the coverage somehow, some way on the rollout, and he was wide open. All he had to do was catch it, and Crippen made a good throw for the pitch and catch.
It was a double move on Malik Muhammad who bit, and then he was wide open for the 53-yard touchdown.
Andre Sandoval on for the PAT, and P&G already with a 7-0 lead here in the 5A Division II state title game. We'll be right back right after this timeout.
Dallas ISD offers more school choice options than any other school or district in the city. Explore them all at dallasisd.org/discover. Your one-stop shop to browse and select the right opportunity for your child. The application deadline is January 31st, so visit dallasisd.org/discover and apply today. The choice is yours. Turn your kids' options into opportunities.
Since 1963, the Harris Ratings Weekly has provided Texas high school football coaches and fans complete rating services, including the power ratings for all UIL football teams, from 2A to 6A, with the top 10 rankings and the point differentials for each game each week. For more information, call Harris Ratings Weekly and Van Harris at 940-498-5176. That's 940-498-5176, and they're online at harrisratings.com. Harris Ratings Weekly, another proud supporter of Millennium Sports football broadcasts.
The opening or the kickoff there by P&G goes into the end zone and out of bounds as South Oak Cliff will have good field position starting at their own 25. It was a 3-play drive that took 70 yards, and it was a 53-yard touchdown from Cole Crippen to Landon Garner. And our new score, our opening score, 7-0. 2:52 here to go in the first quarter. We're just underway from AT&T Stadium. South Oak Cliff with the ball for the first time, and this will be Williams on a handoff. Tedrick Williams gets it, and there may be a scramble for the football. No indication.
I don't think so. I think it was just a good tackle. They just stuffed him in the line.
Well, Port Neches-Groves was really excited about that. Nonetheless, it's a 1-yard gain for South Oak Cliff up to the 26-yard line. Tedrick Williams with the start, not Danny Green. 10:26 here in the first. We're just underway. A quick throw by William Little and a first down on the far side, and that's going to be caught by the wide receiver Joshua Manley. Manley came into the game with 18 catches, 281 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Add that one there. I don't see Jamiri Cawley as he turned his ankle a week ago.
I think that was an important play call, important throw for William Little. Kind of get himself established and show Port Neches-Groves he can throw it. Not going to throw it all over the field, but he can throw the intermediate throws.
Handoff again to Tedrick Williams, this time over left tackle. This time a pretty nice gain of about 5 yards. The ball will be resting at the 41-yard line. Give him 4 yards there. 9:51 on the clock. Just underway here at AT&T Stadium. Class 5A Division II state title game, 7-0 PNG over SOC.
And South Oak Cliff, they're going to want to do this. They're going to want to run the ball, and they'll do occasional RPO and just kind of pass it out, intermediate passes, just to keep the defense honest. But they got to get the run game going.
Tedrick Williams, handoff again to Tedrick. Oh, no. William Little kept it around the right edge. A great ball fake, and a flag is down after he picked up what may have been a first down. It was going to be close, but the flag comes in late. We'll have to check. Blake, did you see what that one was?
It's going to be holding on, it looks like Ricky Evans.
The receiver on the outside. Looks like when he was coming over that, maybe on that side of the ball.
It is going to be holding against South Oak Cliff. That'll move that one back. They were starting to move things a little bit, and now will be pushed back a little bit. 9:25 on the clock, first quarter just underway, 7-0. Port Neches-Groves over South Oak Cliff.
That may have been...
Yeah, I don't think it was...
I think it was Trey Jackson.
Yeah, I think it was
receiver.
Jackson. Yeah.
When Little's coming to that right side, he just held on a little too long.
So now it'll be 2nd down and 9. And another quick pass from William Little out to the left side, just past the hash mark. And the hash marks, remember, are very tight because these are NFL hash marks.
That's a good throw by William Little on the RPO, fake the run, and then just a quick pass out there to Corinthian Coleman, able to get that catch and bring up a 3rd and short.
3rd and 1, 3rd and 2 perhaps. Danny Green into the backfield. He'll get the handoff, runs right side, has the first down near the top of the star, near midfield.
On the right side of the line, Jordan Rowe, the right guard, right tackle combo. Able to get behind those guys and get a couple extra yards for the first down and move the sticks.
5th play of the drive coming up for South Oak Cliff, who trails 7-0 to PNG. Danny Green still into the game. Will stand to the left side of William Little. 2 receivers to the right. Little wants to throw, drop straight back 2 steps, and now whistles, and a false start is going to be called against South Oak Cliff. Already 2 penalties are somewhat costly. I mean, it hasn't cost them yet, but could end up that way. You got to clean this up in the state title game.
Yeah,
this ain't August.
Yeah, we saw that a couple of key penalties last week for South Oak Cliff. Just got to do a better job getting in rhythm here and get the nerves out.
So it's 1st down and 15 at the 44-yard line. Danny Green with a big seam over the left tackle. A helmet comes flying off. But Green has a pretty good game.
Ramsey Brooks is the one who lost his helmet there as he pancaked the Port Neches defender.
That was Seth Landry, the linebacker, playing the Mike linebacker. Yeah, Ramsey Brooks destroyed him as Williams able to get the run there.
Javon Thomas into the game for the first time for South Oak Cliff into the backfield. An H-back. William Little wants to throw, and again, flags and another false start. Not good for South Oak Cliff. They keep two steps forward, one step back, or maybe it's one step forward and two steps back.
It was Norda Stoker that time, the left tackle for South Oak Cliff with the false start.
He's headed to SMU. The Mustangs don't like to see that, but I'll tell you what, it is loud in here, and perhaps that's causing an issue.
That band's pretty loud here. They're right below us.
So 2nd down and 12, it appears, for South Oak Cliff. Again, Javon Thomas still in the game. Ball spotted at the 47-yard line. Thomas on the carry over left guard. Crosses midfield. Again, we're back at the top of the star.
Well, there wasn't much there on that inside handoff to Thomas. He just had to snake his way through for maybe 3 or 4 yards. It's pretty tight holes there inside that interior line.
7th play of the drive coming up for South Oak Cliff. They trail 7-0 to PNG. 7:19 left to go in the first. Javon Thomas, now William Little wants to throw. He's under pressure, steps up in the pocket. Now he rolls out left, wants to throw the ball. I'm not sure if he was past the line of scrimmage, but a great catch. My goodness, still turning and fighting on the far sideline.
That's Cawley.
Jamiri Cawley is in the game. He doesn't look like he's really healthy as he's rolling off the sideline, but what an amazing catch he just made.
William Little, he felt a blitz over the right side, did a good job of kind of rolling out of the pocket, rolling to his left, and didn't try to run, just looking for somebody downfield, and found Cawley, and we got a flag on the play.
Yeah,
Could this be?
It was thrown late, very late, about where he went down.
Maybe not pass interference, would it be?
Sideline warning is what it's going to be against South Oak Cliff. So you remember Cawley made such an amazing catch, jump ball in the end zone down here in the near corner a year ago, and he made just an over-the-shoulder grab with both hands, leaped up in the air, and what a play it was, all the way down inside the 5 to the 4-yard line.
And Reed Richard, the safety or quarterback, here we go.
Hand off to Tedrick Williams, fighting up the middle, and it's going to be pushed back. Forward progress might have taken him to the 3, but all white hats on him immediately, and they push him back past the 10, but he'll have enough, to get to the 3-yard line as South Oak Cliff is knocking on the door.
He ran to the back of one of his offensive line and tried to push his lineman to keep going because he couldn't find a hold anywhere, and that gave enough time for the white shirts to surround him and bring him down. Maybe lost a yard on the play.
6:32 on the clock here in the first. PNG up 7-0, but South Oak Cliff knocking on the door. William Little in the gun. Danny Green into the game. He gets the carry. He's trapped from behind. No gain at the 3-yard line again as Port Neches-Groves starts stepping it up on defense.
There was a high snap there, and William Little did just a great job just to get the snap and get the ball to the running back, Danny Green there.
It was a great play by Peyton Broom, the defensive end, who came across and was on the back of Danny Green as soon as he got the ball.
Is this 4-down territory, guys?
Well, it's 3rd down and 3 here right now. 3rd and goal from the 3. Danny Green into the game will stand to the left and now move to the right of William Little. One receiver left, one receiver right. Handoff Danny Green, right side. He's thrown down by the nose guard. Port Neches-Groves defense is stepping up on this goal line stand. Jonathan Hernandez. A huge play.
Port Neches-Groves D-line is pushing back the massive South Oak Cliff offensive line. South Oak Cliff hasn't faced this extreme pressure that Port Neches-Groves is sending up the middle every play all year.
And now South Oak Cliff will answer your question as it will be Diego Varela for the field goal attempt. They'll place it from the 11, so a 21-yard field goal is up, and it is good. So with 4:59 remaining in the first, South Oak Cliff is on the board. But they trail PNG 7-3. We're in a pretty good little football game, Justin White. We'll be right back right after this timeout.
DeBerry Funeral Directors of Denton provide families with personal and professional services, keeping their wishes in the time of need. Our phones are answered 24 hours at 940-383-4200 by Bill DeBerry or another family funeral director. We are here for you. Call anytime at 940-383-4200. Details online at DeBerryFuneralDirectors.com.
Welcome back. We're at the Class 5A Division II state title game. South Oak Cliff just went on a 10-play, 72-yard drive with a lot of penalties involved in that drive. If they can clean that up, perhaps they wouldn't shoot themselves in their foot a little bit here and could make a clean touchdown instead of a field goal, but they settled for the 11-yard 21-yard field goal by Diego Varela. The big play was the Jamari Cawley catch over the shoulder that took him down to the 4.
Yeah, Cawley had got behind the line of scrimmage. And Reed Richard on that play, the long cat throw to Cawley, was hanging on for dear life on the 6'2", 210-pound receiver, trying to bring him down. I think Cawley, as we talked about, has had some lower leg injuries last week. Looked like he was limping off the field after that catch late in the drive.
And Reed Richard hanging on for dear life there saved Port Neches 4 points because their defense stood up and held South Oak Cliff to a field goal.
It really did.
Well, this is a loud place here at AT&T Stadium. Monty Walker along with Justin White, Blake Burnett. We thank you for listening. Millennium Sports Productions, Texoma Sports Production, Studio 42. Hey, I think it's pretty key for South Oak Cliff to put a stand right here and defensively make a statement on this drive.
Yeah, they have to. And we only saw Port Neches with the one pass play. They wanted to take a deep shot early. I'm sure South Oak Cliff did not expect that since they haven't really given up any deep shots all year, and teams have been afraid to throw the deep shot. So it was they didn't expect the deep shot. The run game was hitting on the first 2 plays for Port Neches, and that's what South Oak Cliff expected. So, I mean, it could go either way, but South Oak Cliff needs a stop to start this drive.
Well, I think this long drive gave him a little bit of timeout. Defensive coordinator Kyle Ward, who is a great defensive coordinator, the architect of this defense, I think this gave him a chance to kind of shore up some lapses in defense during that offensive drive.
I agree, and it was very not like South Oak Cliff to give up that deep shot.
Landon Garnier and Dylan Lawless back deep to receive this kick from Diego Varela. Coming up as Varela stands at about the 30, puts his right hand in the air, right-footed kicker is going to bang it away. This one again goes to the far corner. This time it stays in bounds at the 5-yard line, going to be taken by Garnier, who's flipped over end at the 20-yard line, and P&G will start there needing 80 to go. They start at their own 20.
But I think it is an important defensive stand, though, as you said, Blake, is because let's just say Port Neches-Groves scores. I talked about in the pregame is trying to come back from behind. This offense is not for South Oak Cliff is not a quick strike offense. So playing behind is not something they're used to since like week 3.
The only 2 losses for Port Neches-Groves, 50-15 to Port Arthur Memorial and Port Bend Marshall. And here's a handoff up the middle. Isaiah Wynn to the 30-31, dragging defenders to the 32-yard line. So a 12-yard gain on first down. But again, Fort Bend Marshall beat them 35-14, beat P&G, so only 2 losses. And right out of the chute, there's your running game, Blake Burnett.
And it was a big hole by that offensive line for Port Neches, and Wynn hit it hard.
2 receivers to the right, otherwise a pretty tight package. Isaiah Wynn with the carry, runs into the back of his own man and is slammed down hard at the line of scrimmage. No gain there. Jamarian Clark, the 6', 170-pound senior cornerback, came up on a blitz and was right there, right on top of Wynn to make the stop.
And these cornerbacks for South Oak Cliff tackle very well in open space. So good job by Clark. When Wynn didn't have anywhere, he tried to maybe go a different direction, and Clark was right there to stop him.
2nd down and 10 for P&G. 2 receivers to the right. Everybody else tight. Crippen rolls out right, wants to throw, being pressured, and just heaves it out of bounds. And one of the coaches end up making the catch out there. I believe that's a coach for South Oak Cliff.
They've got a headset on. I think it was the same play that they scored on earlier, and this time the Golden Bears did not bite on the play fake. Kept everything in front of them as Crippen rolled to his right and looked downfield and didn't see anything and threw it out of bounds.
3rd down and 10 coming up.
This right here is where 3rd down and 10. This is where Billy Walton, that defensive end, really makes a living, trying to pressure on the outside and make Crippen get rid of the ball quicker than he would like.
Two receivers, one to the left. Crippen wants to throw, looks right, throws in and out of the hands and nearly intercepted. It falls incomplete, and it's punt time for PNG, and that's what we talked about. The defense for South Oak Cliff had to step it up on that particular drive. They did so, and now they'll have a chance, if everything's clean here, to go the other way and try to get their first lead of the night.
The receiver that was, what did we say? Guarnier? Is that who the receiver was?
Yeah, it was intended for Garnier.
And it was just a little bit over his head. He had a step on his man on defender for South Oak Cliff. He makes the catch, and it would have been a first down. Couldn't complete the pass.
Back deep to punt is Crippen. Cole Crippen. He'll punt it away. Corinthian Coleman in the area will watch it. And it'll take a great PNG bounce. My goodness, it's rolling all the way inside the 10 to the 8, to the 7, to the 6. They let it roll. It may make it to the 5, but it stopped right short at the 6-yard line. Crippen, the punter right there, is an interesting story. His parents are from Port Neches-Groves. They're graduates there in 1987. Chris and Kelsey Crippen. When Cole takes the field, he does so with the special blessing from his mom. As he does before every game at the pep rally Thursday, she blessed him with holy water. And she does it every pep rally because it's the last time she sees him without the jersey on and all of that. So Crippen, before the game, or at least yesterday, was blessed with holy waters. Maybe it helped him on that punt right there.
Yeah, she said it helps him every game, putting the holy water on him. So anointed.
South Oak Cliff. Yeah, is that a nickname? The Anointed One.
The Anointed One.
3:22 on the clock here in quarter number 1. It's 7-3. PNG in the lead over SOC at Jerry World.
Battle of the abbreviations.
Yeah.
PNC.
Of course, Port Neches-Groves and South Oak Cliff. Class 5A Division II State Championship at JJ World.
Yep. Our third game today. Had a pretty good game the second game of the night.
Yeah, we saw China Springs have a last-second field goal a moment ago and won 24-21. A kid by the name of Barr was a great field goal name, banged it through, and the place went wild here. And then they started playing China Grove over the stadium speakers.
And it was Carthage defeated Wimberley in the first game. I didn't see the final score, but I think that was a
42-0.
42 convincing win.
If you're wondering what's going on, we're in a media timeout. And that's what's taking our time right here. It's a big game, you know. Hey, everybody, all eyes of Texas are on this one. And here comes South Oak Cliff, as they'll have 94 yards to travel to try to take their first lead of the night, trailing 7-3 with 3:22 left to go in quarter number 1.
Ball security is important here, too, deep in your own territory.
Javon Thomas in the backfield. Corinthian Coleman in the slot. Split out wide to the right is Miles Johnson. Split out wide to the left is Joshua Manley. And the players just waiting for this media timeout to be over with. Mecca on the left side of their helmets in gold and in script writing. Javon Thomas. I'm betting he gets the carry here, and they hand off to him, looking right side a few yards up to about the 8-yard line. P&G's real happy, as a pretty nice play made by the Will linebacker, Nick Gardner, who stepped up and made the play on Javon Thomas.
Got right behind Norda Stoker and Breon Ramsey Brooks to kind of give them a little bit of breathing room. Only a 2-yard game, but every yard counts right now when you're deep in your own territory inside the 10.
2:53 left to go in quarter number 1. William Little wants to throw from his own 3-yard line. Throws it right. It's almost picked off. Gardner almost had it. He was standing at the 15. It went in and out of his hands. That one might have been run back. Wow. He just had 2 left hands. They got in the way. They got crossed up. His hands got in the way. Or that one might have been 6 going the other way.
Well, they brought in 2 extra tight ends to give him some protection, give a little protection, and he kind of looked at his receiver and looked him down, and Gardner sat there and watched his eyes and just got right there in front of his hand, just couldn't bring it in. And we got a late flag that came in.
Very late flag.
After the play.
What do we got here? It's against South Oak Cliff.
Unsportsmanlike conduct. I could not hear the number, though.
So the only good thing about that, you can only go back so far because it's halfway to the goal. They'll spot it at the 4-yard line.
That's on Breon Ramsey Brooks. Unsportsmanlike conduct, and he's on the sidelines now. Give him a little break.
Danny Green into the game at tailback. He'll get the handoff here. He'll squirt forward, crossing the 5 to the 6. But again, that Port Neches-Groves defense is standing strong early in this football game as we're at under 2 minutes and 30 seconds left in the first. And P&G leads 7-3.
Coming into the game, I was worried about P&G not having the speed to match South Oak Cliff, and I was wrong. P&G is flying to the football tonight.
Mason Drawdy was a jack linebacker there on the outside. He came crashing in to take Danny Green down before he even got going.
2:11 on the clock, and Carter Kopecky will stand in his own end zone on the W in Cowboys. The punt is nearly blocked. It's a high wobbly kick and a fair catch called for by Gardner. And P&G has tremendous field position on the South Oak Cliff side of the field at about the 46-yard line.
Does it feel South Oak Cliff is like they're just kind of hanging on and just trying to just get their bearings about them right now?
I'll tell you what, the punt earlier, the punt by Crippen may have turned this whole football game around. The anointed one.
It was a 62-yard punt.
Wow.
And then their defense held, kept them deep in their own territory, and then the punt back gives Port Neches-Groves the ball at the South Oak Cliff 43.
A receiver left, and this will be a handoff coming left, and a new back in the backfield for Port Neches-Groves. Nope, that's not. That's Isaiah Wynn again. Another carry and another big run of about 8 yards for Wynn. 1:42 on the clock, 7-3. Port Neches-Groves on top, and with the ball at the South Oak Cliff 35-yard line, heading east.
He went around that left side, and Bryce Loft in the center and Elzardo Pena, the right guard, were pulling and leading the convoy, leading the way for Wynn to get those 8 yards.
Second down and 2, ball at the 35-yard line. Right to left from our vantage point goes Port Neches-Groves. Crippen wants to throw deep ball right side, incomplete. It falls incomplete as he was searching for his receiver, Landon Garner. And with 1:09, the clock stops as an incomplete pass. And it's 7-3, P&G over SOC.
Jumbo Wildcat time for P&G.
And that means Shea Adams will move from his receiver position to the quarterback position in Wildcat. The jumbo package, Isaac Baker, Kirby Miller, Nick Gardner, and Shea Adams. Trying to move the pile here on a 3rd and 2. Shea Adams barks at the line of scrimmage. He wants the football. Low snap, gets it, runs right, trying to surge forward, has the first down. Ball near the 30. And South Oak Cliff in trouble early as P&G moving the ball and playing great defense early in this football game.
Nothing complicated about it. Get behind his right tackle, Jackson Christian, behind Isaac Baker and Nick Gardner. Their H-backs and tight ends, and just went to the right side and just followed the lead for the extra 3 or 4 yards he needed to get the first down. Nothing complicated about it.
Shea Adams now will move near side, split out wide to the left of the offense. Split out wide to the far side is Prosperi. And this will be a handoff to Wynn up the middle, and this time he is bulldogged backwards by that big defensive line. Cortland Kidd and Keith Smith right there to make the stop up front.
Seems like that's the first time we've seen the defensive line, and I made it on the second time, where they've really got push up front and really pushed that offensive line back, and Wynn unable to get back, barely able to get back to the line of scrimmage.
Second down and 10 coming up for P&G. Moving right to left at the South Oak Cliff 32-yard line.
This may be the last play. Well, that is the last play.
That's the final play of the first quarter. 7-3. Neches-Groves on top of South Oak Cliff. A barn burner at AT&T Stadium. P&G looks to be in control. Why don't you give us our sponsors there, if you will, Justin White?
All right, Millennium Sports and the South Oak Cliff Golden Bears wish to thank tonight's broadcast sponsors. Bill DeBerry, Funeral Directors of Denton. Road Balls, Flooring America, Kitchen, Bed, and Bath of Allen. Nelson Law Group, PC of Flower Mound. The Dallas Independent School District. Joseph Paul Holmes of Fairview. Booklet, Walking Through the Valley of Grief by author James C. Bivens, available now on Amazon. Harris Rating Weekly of Corinth. Millennium Sports Live video broadcast of the 76th Annual Dallas ISD Invitational Basketball Tournament on December 30th.
7-3, P&G in the lead over South Oak Cliff. We're entering the second quarter. We'll be right back.
If you are going through a complex divorce, it is crucial to have a competent lawyer with sound and practical advice. Nelson Law Group of Flower Mound's legal and life experiences will help you through difficult times. Voted Best of Denton County since 2015. For a free consultation, go online to nelsonlawgrouppc.com.
Welcome back. We are in the second quarter, actually in between the first and the second. P&G in the lead 7-3 rather, over South Oak Cliff. When I say P&G, of course we mean Neches-Groves, the Indians. And if you want to know if they're changing their name of their mascot, they are not. They just had a talk about that. A graduate from last year went to the school board and tried to see if they could change the name of the Indians. The newly elected board president, Brandon Cropper, said no. On behalf of the board, they will honor the wishes of the vast majority, they said, of students, residents, and families who support the district's mascot. So just a couple of weeks ago, Port Neches-Groves High School graduate Ken Doran, he made the 20-minute presentation and apparently was not successful. Port Neches-Groves will stay the Indians, at least for here anytime soon. Right now they lead this football game 7-3 over South Oak Cliff. The Golden Bears. Any problems with Golden Bears?
No, not offensive to me. Not offensive to,
I don't
Polar
think the
Bears
Bear
or
community cares.
A lot of tradition, a lot of pride in South Oak Cliff. We had a chance to talk to Dr. Sylvia Salinas early in the down early in the pregame show in the tunnel underneath, and good to see her. And I know we're going to have a halftime interview of the Dallas ISD superintendent. So Stephanie Elizalde.
Okay.
John Froh will be doing that interview for us at halftime.
Hopefully it's a great interview.
He better say her first and last name. That's all I got to say. As we head back out here in the second quarter. 7-3 P&G over SOC. The South Oak Cliff trying to get back in this football game, but right now it doesn't look like it's in their favor as Port Neches-Groves has now flipped the script. They're headed toward the west end zone. You might remember Jerry World. If it's daytime, that sun just beams right through here when it's going down at sunset. That's the direction they're headed, but no worries. It's dark outside. It's cold outside. It's nice in here. But Cole Crippen from the Indians will step back in shotgun formation with two receivers to his left. Isaiah Wynn will stand right beside him. They went on the hard count trying to draw South Oak Cliff off sides right there and couldn't do it. And this will be a handoff to Wynn, running left tackle, met at the line of scrimmage and pushed back. He might have gotten a yard or two perhaps, but not much. The defense was right there holding strong for South Oak Cliff.
Wynn he's a very patient runner, has good vision, kind of waits for his blocks to materialize, kind of does a very good job of almost right there on their back hip as his guards and the centers are pulling. Does a good job of vision when he's running the ball.
He started this season as the third-team running back. He's a workhorse type of kid, leaves practice and goes and works for his family after practice. Crippen drops back 3 steps, flushed down to the pocket. Now he's going to step up and throw. That's going to be caught. Enough for a first down, I believe, and that's Chance Prosperi on the catch on the left side of the offense on the far side from our vantage point. And that'll be a first down for Port Neches-Groves as they're near the 20-yard line.
We'll give the offensive line credit on that because they were able to give time for Crippen to look around, survey the defense, roll up in the pocket, and then hit Guarnier across the middle, having a hard time to keep up with him as he went across the middle. Good protection by the offensive line.
Jumbo package. Shea Adams is going to try to run it from the quarterback position, the Wildcat, and he'll make it to the 16, so only a yard gain there. We'll bring up 2nd down and 9 for the Indians.
South Oak Cliff was not going to be fooled on that as Jaden Shelton filled the gap as Adams came in on that Wildcat and able to take him down immediately.
Guarnier will be split out wide to the left, with Prosperi split out wide to the right. Still have somewhat of a jumbo package in, but it won't be Shea Adams. It'll be Cole Crippen in the gun. And he'll hand off to Isaiah Wynn over left tackle. Looked like he was going to break free for a moment, but he did make his way to about the 15-yard line.
South Oak Cliff better be lucky because they missed a couple of tackles. We don't see them miss tackles very often, but they missed 2 right there. But luckily, only get about 3-4 yard gain on that.
Third down and 8 coming up for Port Neches-Groves. 9:39 on the clock. We're in quarter number 2. P&G leads 7-3 over South Oak Cliff. Ball at the 15-yard line. Moving left to right from our vantage point. Crippen rolls out right, wants to throw. Middle of the field, now right side on the numbers at the 20. Looking, and he's going to be hit in the backfield. Now he slings it away as he was going out of bounds, but they're going to say he was knocked out. They'll call him down for a loss. And I believe, is that going to go for a sack? Is that officially a sack?
I think that will go down as a sack.
Because he threw that ball, I think he's pretty much out of bounds when he threw the ball.
Yeah, he was being pressured by Brandon Jones, the middle linebacker, who was chasing him from behind. Crippen had nowhere to go, and he was pushed out of bounds at about the 21-yard line.
Good coverage downfield by South Oak Cliff.
And now it'll be what appears to be a 32-yard field goal attempt by Andre Sandoval. From the right hash, right-footed kicker. Looks good, it's high enough, it's long enough, and it's good. Port Neches-Groves extends their lead 10-3 with 9:12 remaining in quarter number 2. On a 32-yard field goal by Sandoval. We're going to take a quick timeout. We'll be right back right after this.
Dallas ISD offers more school choice options than any other school or district in the city. Explore them all at dallasisd.org/discover. Your one-stop shop to browse and select the right opportunity for your child. The application deadline is January 31st, so visit dallasisd.org/discover and apply today. The choice is yours. Turn your kids' options into opportunities.
Welcome back to Jerry World. Monty Walker along with Justin White, Blake Burnett. Our new score is 10-3, P&G over SOC. 9:12 on the clock here in the second quarter. It was a 9-play, 46-yard drive for Port Neches-Groves, capped off by a 32-yard field goal by Andre Sandoval. And with that, we have a new score. And South Oak Cliff, if they're going to stay around in this thing, are going to have to, at some point, answer offensively.
I tell you, this offense for Port Neches-Groves has been efficient, and they're balanced. They're running the ball, they're passing the ball, and they're challenging this defense for South Oak Cliff and showing they're not afraid to pass it downfield. They got good protection when Crippen drops back to pass. Wynn has had some good runs so far. The last drive, they kind of shored up a little bit on the run game, but Port Neches-Groves has kind of taken what the defense gives them and just been very balanced and efficient on the offensive side of the ball. And then on defensive side of the ball, they're making South Oak Cliff work for it. It's almost as if they're saying, you're going to beat us with the pass. You're not going to run the ball on us like you've done a lot of teams, like you bully us around. You're going to have to – William Little has got to make some plays.
Again, we want to thank a few of our sponsors, Harris Ratings, Rodenbaugh Flooring America of Allen, Dallas ISD, and Sauk Athletic Department for part of our pregame show. Of course, when the cameras are on here at AT&T Stadium and they show the crowd, everybody dances and everybody has fun. And you can imagine how much fun the South Oak Cliff fans are having when they're on that camera.
Yeah, they
like to have fun.
Port Neches-Groves does too.
Yeah, it's boy. I'll tell you what, it's some good stuff up there. One individual he was dancing and had no idea the camera was on him.
It takes about a 2 second for them to realize they're on cam, and then it's like, now time for my performance.
I'll tell you what a football game we have here. If you wanted a blowout, that's not it. 10-3, our game. 9-12 here in the second quarter, and so far, again, this game really, in my opinion, comes down to the anointed one in his golden foot that had the 62-yard punt, and I'm talking about Cole Crippen, who had the great punt to trap South Oak Cliff deep in their own territory, and that really changed the field, which allowed P&G to have the short 46-yard field, which they just capitalized on.
Yeah, and the time of possession has been in the favor of Port Neches-Grove as well. South Oak Cliff has not been able to get anything going offensively hardly.
Sandoval bangs it away, a high kick. Going to go back deep, which will be Corinthian Coleman, who's hammered at the 15-yard line. Man alive, was he hammered, and he was. Aubrey Perkins took him to the woodshed, and Corinthian Coleman will stay out there on offense, but my goodness.
It seems like every big hit or play.
My apologies. That was Braden Phelps on the hit, as the 8 looked like a 9, or the 9 looked like an 8.
It seems like every big hit or play that Port Neches-Groves has, it's like they're building their confidence. They're just getting a little bit more swagger after each play.
South Oak Cliff comes out on offense, moving right to left from our vantage point, from their own 15-yard line. Tedrick Williams in his purple gloves will get the handoff, and he's met in the backfield. That's going to be a loss of about 2 or 3 as he was rolled up. And again, that's the big defensive lineman, the defensive end who made the stop, Peyton Broom. And he just swept Williams underneath the breadbasket right there.
P&G is not giving quarterback William Little any respect in the run game. He has the read option available, and he's giving it every time, and that end is crashing down. 3
receivers come near side for South Oak Cliff. Little, however, is going to hand off to Danny Green, and he's met again at the line of scrimmage, and the linebackers go nuts again. Another big play. The nose guard, Jonathan Hernandez, was there. Nick Gardner, the linebacker, was there also. And I'm telling you what, this is a defense that South Oak Cliff hasn't seen maybe since first, second, and third week of the season.
Remember, this team stopped the slot T offense for Liberty Hill. They're stopping the rushing attack here of South Oak Cliff.
William Little in the gun. 2 receivers to his left. Tedrick Williams. No, that's Danny Green in the backfield. He'll move from William Little's right to left. H-back to the left. Little wants to throw. Looking deep ball down the right side of the field, now middle of the field. A great catch! Oh, my goodness! My goodness, what a catch by Joshua Manley in the middle of the field.
William Little threw the post and threw him open on that one. What a throw by William Little.
Boy, he short-armed it a little bit, but had it enough for Manley to make a diving catch. And what a catch it was past the star. Little wants to throw again. A high pass. It's going to go out of bounds. 7:27 on the clock is where it'll stop. As the pass goes out of bounds, it'll be 2nd down and 10. P&G with the lead, 10-3.
Again, they're passing the ball. They're trying to show Port Neches-Grove, hey, William Little can pass the ball if he needs to. And it showed right there on that pass play, that post pattern to Manley. Good job by Manley to get up underneath that and make the diving catch.
32 yards on the pass and catch from William Little to Manley a moment ago. 2 receivers left. Coming near side on the carry will be Danny Green. Again, nothing doing there. Again, it's the linebacker, Nick Gardner, and also Coming up from the linebacker, the Jack linebackers, Mason Drawdy. So huge defensive play there by the linebackers. And now all of a sudden it's 3rd down and 9 for South Oak Cliff.
You know, and these linebackers are not huge. They're not 6'2", 250-pound, 30-pound linebackers. They're about 5'10", about 180, 190 pounds. They're just quick to the ball.
2 receivers at the bottom, 1 up top. William Little wants to throw. 3-step drop, looks right side, hammers it down, and it's incomplete. He missed his receiver, Cauley. I don't know whether it was miscommunication or whether Cauley ran the wrong route, but it's 4th down now. And Cauley was wide open. He just missed him. Either that or he ran the wrong route.
Yeah, ran the wrong route, and I wondered, did his hand get hit maybe? Or was that just completely miscommunication? Blake?
Well, it's 4th down and 9 now.
Because he was way off target to Cauley.
I told you in the opening segment that there's nothing on the pants, the black pants of South Oak Cliff. That's untrue. It says Oak Cliff on the right side. Here's the punt by Kopecky. He's going to have, what a bounce. What a bounce. It bounces straight up inside the 5. And South Oak Cliff's Ricky Evans picks it up on a hop and sets it down at the 3, but they're going to move it up to the 4. Great punt.
Oh, wow. You talked about with Crippen earlier, flipping the field.
Yeah, Kopecky there.
Kopecky doing it right there. And the way the ball bounced, it bounced at about the 5. Or about the 3, and instead of bouncing and going just into the end zone, it takes a spin back up into the air, and enough time for South Oak Cliff to down it inside the 5 at the 4-yard line.
6:35 on the clock here in quarter number 2. Port Neches-Groves on top, 10-3 over South Oak Cliff. We're in the middle of a media timeout. I think we're going to take a quick timeout. We'll be right back right after this.
Rodenbaugh's Flooring, America Kitchen Bed and Bath of Allen is your kitchen upgrade headquarters, featuring top-rated brands like Amana, KitchenAid, Maytag, and Whirlpool, and beautiful Cambria quartz countertops for the bedroom, Sealy, and Tempur-Pedic beds. A must-see. Rodenbaugh's Flooring, such as hand-scraped hardwood, luxury vinyl plank, and tile. Find details online at rodenbaughs.com or in our showroom at 102 West Main Street in Allen. You've got the hometown advantage with Rodenbaughs.
A game without a crowd is just a scrimmage. A performance without an audience is just a rehearsal. Without your presence, high school sports and the performing arts aren't possible. Ensure that these essential extracurricular activities continue to enrich the lives of students in Texas. Purchase a ticket to your local high school's game or performance.
This message presented by the UIL and the Texas High School Athletic Directors Association.
Welcome back. Class 5A Division II state title game. Monty Walker along with Justin White. Blake Burnett at Jerry World, where there's 6:35 left to go in quarter number 2. South Oak Cliff trails Port Neches-Groves 10-3. But South Oak Cliff punter Carter Kopecky just pinned the Indians deep inside their own territory at their own 4-yard line. Cole Crippen and Cole Crippen and company for P&G will come out on the field now. He'll actually be in shotgun formation, which is about a yard deep in his own end zone. Isaiah Wynn will stand to his left and maybe a yard behind. Man goes in motion is Shea Adams. He's going to go under center. He gets the snap, rolls out right behind the right guard, and will get a gain of maybe 3 up to the 7-yard line. So a little trickery. I'm not sure it's big trickery, but they roll the man in motion, Shea Adams, and he puts his hand underneath the center, takes the snap. Yeah, South Oak Cliff, say they were ready for it, but they responded appropriately. Hey, you want to be really tricky about that? Do the same thing and go for 2. Go on 2. Go on a hard count. Yeah, make them jump. 2 receivers left, 1 right. Isaiah Wynn on the carry, and he'll get back to the line of scrimmage. Bottled up pretty quickly by the defense of South Oak Cliff. Not much doing there, maybe a yard, as I think actually he's going to stay at the line of scrimmage at the 7-yard line, and it's looking like it might be punt time for P&G at their own 7-yard line as they're facing a 3rd and 7 right here. Checking into the game is Julian Lopez, and he'll split out wide to the left. Landon Garner in the slot, and they run 4 wides. Prosperi split out wide to the right with Shea Adams in the slot on the right. Crippen wants to throw under pressure. He's sacked in the end zone. That's a safety. 10-5. He was bottled up back there, baby.
They rushed 4, and then Brandon Jones came on a late blitz in the middle linebacker spot. And Crippen had nowhere to go at that point. Then Cortland Kidd kind of finished him off. And the South Oak Cliff defense, it worked perfectly. Pinned them deep in their own territory, 3rd down and long. And we see Brandon Jones on the replay with the sack and the safety for the Golden Bears, get this team back into it.
So we had 2 safeties in the game against Melissa a few weeks ago. Again, Blake Burnett, you always talk about that. Was that on your bingo card tonight?
Actually, with South Oak Cliff's defense, a safety's always on the bingo card.
Never rule anything out with the South Oak Cliff defense.
Not only did they get 2 points right there, did South Oak Cliff, and make it a 5-point game, 10-5, an odd score. Is that on your bingo card? But they're going to get the football back here.
That might have been the biggest play of the game. We talked about the 62-yard punt earlier, but the safety is a big momentum shift for South Oak Cliff. Getting the ball back needs a score here to take the lead in the second quarter.
The kicking team comes out for Port Neches-Groves.
And I always mention it. There's 5:18 to go here in the half. South Oak Cliff will get the ball and start the second half. They can maybe have a long possession, maybe be the last team to score, and then get the ball back to start the second half.
Andres Sandoval will kick this one away, and they opt for the kick instead of the punt. Javon Thomas and Corinthian Coleman will stand back deep to return it. 5:18 on the clock left before half. We have the Rodenbaugh's Flooring America Bed and Bath halftime show coming up. It's 10-5, P&G. Sandoval's kick is going to be a high kick deep in the middle of the field. It's going to be taken at the 22-yard line by Javon Thomas. Runs a little bit up, shakes one defender, has a little bit of a seam, shakes down to about the 43-yard line. And South Oak Cliff will have pretty good field position right here, moving right to left from our vantage point.
Pretty good return for Javon Thomas, the A&M commit.
They'll spot it, I believe, at the 42. Remember, we have this weird angle. We're in the corner of AT&T Stadium, so it's hard to tell whether it's the 42 or the 43. The scoreboard says 43, and I really hate to rely on the scoreboard.
I think it's 43, looking at the screen here.
2 receivers near side for South Oak Cliff, 1 up top, and this will be a handoff. Nope. William Little wants to throw over the middle. It's going to be caught. Again, that's his receiver, and he's been a big receiver tonight. Joshua Manley came in with 18 catches for 281 yards and 2 touchdowns, but there's a flag down, Blake.
Looks like something before the snap.
Officials are talking about it. Instead of being a nice gainer there for South Oak Cliff. Ineligible player downfield against South Oak Cliff, so bring that one back. They had cleaned up the penalties there for a while, but here it comes back again.
That's the 5th penalty for 29 yards on South Oak Cliff so far tonight.
We get that RPO, that run pass option. Sometimes those linemen, they don't know if you're running or passing, and sometimes they kind of leak out a little farther than they should and get called for it.
It was Jaden Rowe who got called for that. So it'll be first down and 15 for South Oak Cliff as they move right to left. Ball spotted now at the 38-yard line. Snap back, William Little, handoff, Tedrick Williams, and he's trapped behind the line of scrimmage. Or he might have gotten back, but I don't think he did. I think that's going to be a loss.
Shooting the gap, Nick Gardner, the will linebacker, shooting the gap, taking down Tedrick Williams. And again, they're I've been saying all game long, they're not going to let this running game beat them.
That is Nick Gardner's 8th tackle so far in the first half.
Wow.
Loss of 1 makes it second down and 14 coming up. Actually, it's a gain of 1. William Little, handoff, near side. Javon Thomas skips over a defender trying to find the corner. Can't do it. He's surrounded and pushed out of bounds. A nice play on the edge there by the cornerback Dylan Lawless to make sure he doesn't go around the corner. And South Oak Cliff really has nowhere to go.
They did a good job of kind of scraping off their defenders and just playing good angles, not over pursuing too much, and kind of using the out of bounds as your teammate. And kind of, he ran out of real estate, Thomas did.
Loss of 4 makes it third down and 18. William Little talks to Javon Thomas, who's into the game. Stands right behind him. William Little wants to throw, stepped up in the pocket, short arms it down the deep left side, and that's incomplete. He overshot Corinthian Coleman, and the ball falls incomplete. It's 4th down and 18, and one would imagine South Oak Cliff will punt here again with 4:25 remaining in quarter number 2.
He thought he saw space in between the zone between Dylan Lawless and Sean Gardner, and overshot the receiver, overshot Lawless as well. And mixing up coverages is Port Neches-Groves and confusing William Little on that pass.
Carter Kopecki back to punt. He'll stand at his own 25-yard line. 4:25 remaining in the second quarter. 10-5. P&G on top of South Oak Cliff. The ball hits a player for South Oak Cliff, and it's killed dead. And finally it was Jaquan Green who killed it, but I believe it went off the back of Jordan Mays. But nonetheless, P&G will have the ball moving left to right.
South Oak Cliff really needed to take advantage of that safety and getting the ball back there. Punting with only taking a minute off the clock doesn't help them at all.
.4:15 on the clock, 10-5. P&G in the lead over South Oak Cliff, who has the ball at their own 38-yard line, moving left to right. Cole Crippen will hand off to Wynn up the middle. He's got a big seam. Look out, 45-40. 35, nobody's going to catch him. To the 25-20. 15-10, I was wrong. He was caught at the 5-yard line. My goodness, never say that South Oak Cliff can't run somebody down. Taylor Sterling ran him down, or that would have been 6. He caught him at the 5. It was a huge gaping hole from the 38-yard line. He was shot out of a cannon, and that nearly went 62, but it went about 57.
If South Oak Cliff can hold P&G here inside the 5-yard line, put a big star on the chase down tackle by Taylor Sterling. Also, that hole made by the P&G offensive line opened up like the Red Sea right there, and Wynn hit it hard, almost taking it to the house.
Full house backfield jumbo package. Nick Gardner into the game. They're going to try to get Shea Adams in on the Wildcat, and they do. Over left tackle on the outside edge in the 7-hole. And Shea Adams scores to extend P&G's lead, 16-5, awaiting this PAT with 3:32 left to go in quarter number 2.
Shea Adams' 24th rushing touchdown on the season right there for P&G.
I think you said that he is an athlete in the pregame show, and he certainly is. Plays wide receiver and also the Wildcat, and he did right there. Sandoval to kick. Caden Reeves to hold, and the kick, you can hear the crowd is good. And our score is 17-5. And South Oak Cliff hasn't really faced something like this in quite some time.
Not since Duncanville and DeSoto back in weeks 1 and 3. And you could go to week 4 when they played the private school state champions, Dallas Parish Esquipal, when they won 31-28. That was a heck of a ball game, but that was the last time South Oak Cliff was in a close game, except for last week when they beat Argyle.
17-5. Port Neches-Groves over South Oak Cliff. 3:32 left to go in quarter number 2. We'll be right back right after this timeout.
If you are going through a complex divorce, it is crucial to have a competent lawyer with sound and practical advice. Nelson Law Group of Flower Mound's legal and life experiences will help you through difficult times. Voted best of Denton County since 2015. For a free consultation, go online to nelsonlawgrouppc.com.
Sandoval ready to bang this one away. It's a high pooch kick coming right side, going to be caught at the 28-yard line, and quickly going down is the return man, Miles Johnson. And South Oak Cliff will have fairly good field position here with 3:27 left to go before the half. It was a 2-play, 62-yard drive for P&G. Capped off by the 5-yard touchdown by Shea Adams. However, It was the big run by Isaiah Wynn of 57 yards to set it up on play number 1. And we're back to action with South Oak Cliff with the ball at the 32-yard line. William Little wants to fire it. He does. He's got his man. It's going to be caught near the left side. That's Miles Johnson on the catch to the 45. They'll spot him there.
And he was fighting hard after the catch there. It took about 8 Port Neches defenders to bring him down as he broke 2 tackles, and then P&G swarmed to the football there.
What was the starting line right there for do you have that? I didn't see where they got. Here is a pass that's incomplete. Trying to hit Johnson again. It falls incomplete. We're at the 3-minute mark exactly here.
The starting line was the 34-yard line.
Okay, thank you. So it'll be 2nd down and 10 as an incomplete pass to Johnson. Ball at the 46-yard line. Headed right to left, rather, South Oak Cliff. 3 receivers right side, handoff up the middle, and that's going to be Danny Green, who'll cross the 50 into P&G territory.
Green finally got some space to hit a hole there. That was probably the best South Oak Cliff run of the game, about a gain of 7.
They'll spot it at the 47. Green just went over left tackle, trying to squirt through all those big bodies in white. Again, P&G in all white, South Oak Cliff in all black. 3rd down and 3. William Little in the gun. High snap, brings it down, handoff Green. The high snap may have thrown him off a little bit. I'm not sure Green got the 1st down.
And there's a penalty, 2 penalties, both on South Oak Cliff, I believe, on sportsmanlike penalties coming.
That's not good.
And they're 2 different ones.
Well, one is in the secondary.
One for sure is on Miles Johnson, and then there's another one that looked like it was on Joshua Manley on the other side of the field.
The officials are talking about it. Again, out of the Fort Worth chapter, Bill Theodore, Durwood Manley, Thomas Bean, Thomas Bennett, Kevin Yarborough, Bradley Vick, and Bryant Warren. Your officials tonight.
And that play before the high snap, that's twice tonight that William Little's had to go up and get the snap and then get it down to his running back. He's having trouble with Dewberry snaps tonight a little bit.
Coach Jason Todd unhappy with the call on the far side. 2:19 on the clock here in quarter number 2. Port Neches-Groves on top 17-5 as South Oak Cliff has really been unable to really to get things going.
They're more of a running team coming into the game, but they only have 35 rushing yards on 17 carries here in the first half. I would have not have guessed that if you told me that coming into the game. I would have told you they're getting blown out. But they have 120 passing yards.
Personal foul against South Oak Cliff, as you mentioned, and that'll back them up again. Coach Todd not happy about that at all. Talking to the official on the far side, they'll bring it back on the South Oak Cliff side of the football field at the 43-yard line. A huge penalty right there against the Golden Bears. William Little will be in the gun with 3 receivers to his right and 1 at the bottom. A timeout's been called.
Port Neches called the timeout there.
2:13 left to go in the second quarter. Port Neches on top 17-3. We're going to take another quick timeout. We'll be right back right after this.
Dallas ISD offers more school choice options than any other school or district in the city. Explore them all at dallasisd.org/discover. Your one-stop shop to browse and select the right opportunity for your child. The application deadline is January 31st, so visit dallasisd.org/discover and apply today. The choice is yours. Turn your kids' options into opportunities.
DeBerry Funeral Directors of Denton provide families with personal and professional services, keeping their wishes in the time of need. Our phones are answered 24 hours at 940-383-4200 by Bill DeBerry or another family funeral director. We are here for you. Call anytime at 940-383-4200. Details online at DeBerryFuneralDirectors.com.
South Oak Cliff coming back on the field on offense. Hey, Justin White, I don't know if you can hear me or not down there. Well, I know he can't now. But he'll try to pop on. He'll have Coach Todd here in a moment. William Little wants to throw. Deep back now throws. That's going to be Corinthian Coleman makes the catch at the 44. Sprinting to the 33-yard line. A huge play by Corinthian Coleman as he signals first down at the 33. Another big pass and catch from Little. This time it was Corinthian Coleman on the reception.
What a catch by Coleman. Going up in between two defenders. The defenders actually hit each other in the air, and he breaks off a tackle to get about 8 more yards.
3 receivers at the bottom. This will be a handoff to Javon Thomas. Spins out of a tackle, dives forward at the 31. I thought he was going to get out of that tackle, but he couldn't escape the nose guard. Again, Jonathan Hernandez playing a massive game tonight, and he's a massive individual up front. Only a sophomore, but he is very, very large. 3 receivers again at the bottom. Ball at the 32-yard line. South Oak Cliff trying to do something right here, right before the half, as there's 1:20 and ticking. 2nd down and 9. They're content apparently with letting this tick down a little bit. William Little handoff to Tedrick Williams to the 30-yard line. Nothing doing there except 2 yards. And they inch a little bit further and further, but the clock is winding. We're now under a minute. 3rd down and 7 coming up for South Oak Cliff.
And South Oak Cliff is only 2 of 7 on 3rd down tonight. This is a big one.
3 receivers bunched together at the bottom. Moving right to left to South Oak Cliff. Clapping their hands, trying to draw them off sides. Clock still rolling at 46. They're taking their time. 3rd and 7. Switching from one side to the other. And now William Little flushed down the pocket, rolling right, looking downfield, wants to throw, and it's going to be incomplete. But a flag is down. His intended receiver was Joshua Manley, but the flag is going to be huge. That's an automatic first down, but the clock is at 30 seconds. Port Neches-Groves leading 17-5.
It's going to be pass interference on the corner. Reed Richard, who was kind of beat by the receiver there and just grabbed his jersey and pulled him to the ground.
So that'll move the sticks, but the clock is exactly at 30 seconds. It's the worst enemy of South Oak Cliff right now, trailing by 12. That'll spot it at the 15. You got 30 seconds to get in the end zone. Port Neches-Groves not happy with the pass interference penalty whatsoever.
On the replay, it looked a little different than it did live, I will say that.
Man goes in motion from right to left. As Corinthian Coleman, a jump ball in the end zone, up going, and then coming down with it, a great catch. A snag on a fade route. Trey Jackson, stick that one in the end zone. Put that one on your scoreboard at AT&T Stadium.
He said, I'm 6'5", I'm going to go up there and get this football on the jump ball, and he went up there and got it. Great throw on the fade by William Little.
He just put it in the near corner on the far side in the end zone, below the Cowboys' helmet, right at the pylon. 15-yard touchdown. And now Varala for the PAT. The kick is up, and the kick is true. My goodness, ladies and gentlemen, we have a football game. 17-12 in the Class 5A Division II state title game at AT&T Stadium. We're going to take a quick timeout. We'll be right back right after this.
DeBerry Funeral Directors of Denton provide families with personal and professional services, keeping their wishes in the time of need. Our phones are answered 24 hours at 940-383-4200 by Bill DeBerry or another family funeral director. We are here for you. Call anytime at 940-383-4200. Details online at DeBerryFuneralDirectors.com.
We apparently will not be able to talk to Coach Jason Todd. They will not allow our sideline microphone on the field. So with that, we would, however, like to thank our sponsor for that, South Oak Cliff Athletic Department and the Dallas ISD for that. But we have a 7-play and a 66-yard drive for South Oak Cliff. That brings us to our new score, 17-12, with exactly 24 seconds remaining in quarter number 2 in the Class 5A Division II state title game. My goodness, what a game we have here, Blake Burnett.
It's been all it's hyped up to be so far.
Diego Varela to bang this one away, 7 yards from the ball, now kicks it. It's a line drive kick coming to the near side, going to be taken just as he nearly goes out of bounds. That ball probably would have skipped out of bounds if Landon Garnier did not catch it, but he did. And
he called a fair catch, so he gets it at the 25.
Yeah, it'll be taken at the 25-yard line. So 75 yards needed. Only 1 second ticked off the clock there. Well, if you're just listening, it's 17-12. Port Neches-Groves in the lead. Monty Walker along with Justin White and Blake Burnett. It's been a great game. We've seen a lot of punts and we've seen some touchdowns. We've seen a safety. And
that safety could turn out to be the difference late in the game.
Right now it's a 5-point game. There's a handoff up the middle. Again, Isaiah Wynn. 18 seconds on the clock, and he'll make his way to the 36-yard line. An 11-yard gain for Wynn and PNG as they're moving left to right. Wynn wears the number 33 on his back.
Looks like that's going to end the half as PNG's not trying to run another play.
It appears like it will be. And we enter the Rodenbaugh Flooring America Bed and Bath halftime show. Again, we're unable to talk to Coach Todd at the half. That was going to be brought to you by Dallas ISD, but they would not let Justin White on the field. Was it, as you're back up here, Justin, was it something about the way you looked, or what was it?
No, it was the pass I had. I didn't have the right pass, so they and they're not playing around down there. They stopped me right at the gate, at the door there, and said I can't go on the field. So I tried and tried.
Yeah, okay, so hey, what would have Coach Todd said right there?
I think. Well, I saw the long touchdown pass. I had to watch the television set, so that probably gives them some momentum going into the second half, into the locker room.
I'll tell you what, it's been a great game. Great first half for this football game at AT&T Stadium, Class 5A Division II state championship game. 17-12. Our score here at AT&T Stadium. It's everything it was cooked up to be, I think.
What an odd score, too, 17-12. I guess the safety kind of throws that in there.
If you don't mind for us, Justin, can you go ahead and read our sponsors?
Yes. Millennium Sports and the South Oak Cliff Golden Bears wish to thank tonight's broadcast sponsors. Bill DeBerry, Funeral Directors of Denton. Rodenbaugh's Flooring America Kitchen, Bed, and Bath of Allen. Nelson Law Group, PC of Flower Mound. The Dallas Independent School District. Joseph Paul Homes of Fairview. Booklet Walking Through the Valley of Grief by author James C. Bivens, available now on Amazon. Harris Rating Weekly of Corinth. Millennium Sports live video broadcast of the 76th Annual Dallas ISD Invitational Basketball Tournament on December 30th.
All right, let's take I'll tell you what, let's do our first half scoring summary, which is brought to you by Rodenbaugh's. The Port Neches-Groves Indians took the ball first at their own 30-yard line, and it was quickly a 53-yard pass from Crippen to Gardner. Cole Crippen to Landon Gardner. And that got us on the board first for our first score of the night. It was a 3-play, 70-yard drive, and P&G took a 7-0 lead with 10:52 left to go in the first quarter. Sauk on their first drive of the night took it at their own 25-yard line. They drove all the way down the field. 10 plays, 72 yards. That's what they do. Take a lot of time off the clock, and they did. About 5 minutes off the clock, a little bit more. But had to settle for a 21-yard field goal by Diego Varela, which cut the lead to 7-3 at the 4:59 mark in quarter number one. P&G had to punt on their next possession, but so did South Oak Cliff. The Indians of P&G started at the 46-yard line after the punt. A great field position started at the South Oak Cliff 46-yard line. The anointed one, Cole Crippen, he punted it and trapped South Oak Cliff back to the 6, which set up the score, which was a 32-yard field goal by Andre Sandoval, and that capped a 9-play, 46-yard drive and made it 10-3 with 9:12 left to go in quarter number 2. South Oak Cliff had to punt on their next possession. Port Neches-Groves they were trapped at their own 4-yard line with Cole Crippen, the quarterback, in trouble behind the line of scrimmage. He was sacked for a safety, which made it 10-5 at the 5:18 mark. South Oak Cliff got the football back, but they had to punt it back to P&G, who took it at the 4:15 mark from their own 38-yard line. On the very first play, it was a 57-yard run by Isaiah Wynn, but he was trapped at the 5-yard line by Taylor Starling. We thought that might be a huge play if they were able to hold him from scoring, but however, Shea Adams on the very next play on the Wildcat scored from 5 yards out to cap off the 2-play 62-yard drive that made it 17-5 with 3:32 left to go in quarter number 2. Sauk looked almost dead in the water. Huge penalties against him. Personal foul kept backing them up. They started at their own 34, kept making progress, kept backing up. And then a huge pass over the middle. Corinthian Coleman caught it. And then another big catch by Manley. And a 15-yard touchdown from William Little to Trey Jackson eventually got South Oak Cliff on the board. And a Diego Varela PAT made it a 5-point game, 17-12 with 24 seconds remaining to cap off the 7-play 66-yard drive. P&G took it with those 24 seconds and were unable to do anything with it. They ran one play for 11 yards and then killed the clock. And we're at the half at 17-12 with P&G in the lead. We're going to take a quick timeout. When we come back, we're going to have an interview for you, I believe. If not, we'll have the stat board. We'll be right back right after this timeout.
Serving the Allen area since 1962. Rodenbaugh's Flooring, America Kitchen, Bed and Bath won't sell it if we can't service it. We have the names you trust. Whirlpool and KitchenAid appliances, plus Sealy and Tempur-Pedic mattresses, along with Whirlpool and Maytag washers and dryers. We finance and deliver. Our showroom is located at 102 West Main Street in Allen. Details online at rodenbaughs.com. You've got the hometown advantage with Rodenbaughs.
Founded in 1990, the DeBerry Funeral Directors, located at 2025 West University Drive in Denton, offer traditional services to cremations or anything in between. The Bill DeBerry family provide ongoing pre-planning and pre-need services, making the life transition smoother. Details are available online at DeBerryFuneralDirectors.com.
Nelson Law Group, PC, located at 700 Parker Square, Suite 134 in Flower Mound, offers assistance with family, business law, and estate planning services. Attorney Brett Nelson has over 25 years' experience, and you can reach him at 972-808-7227 or online at nelsonlawgrouppc.com.
Dallas ISD offers more school choice options than any other school or district in the city. Explore them all at dallasisd.org/discover. Your one-stop shop to browse and select the right opportunity for your child. The application deadline is January 31st, so visit dallasisd.org/discover and apply today. The choice is yours. Turn your kids' options into opportunities.
Hello, everybody. This is John Froh, president of Millennium Sports. We're at halftime at AT&T Stadium. Port Neches-Groves 17, the Sauk Golden Bears 12. The Bears are coming back. And speak of coming back, my wonderful guest, Stephanie S. Elizalde, the new superintendent, but this is your second time. Welcome back to Dallas ISD.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
South Oak Cliff has a chance to become the first back-to-back state champion in Dallas ISD history. What do you personally think, Dr. Stephanie, about the leadership of head coach Jason Todd?
Yeah, so first let me just say Dallas ISD is in Jason Todd's blood. His grandfather, Dr. Frederick Douglass Todd, was at one point was the principal of South Oak Cliff Golden Bears, retired as an assistant superintendent. We just named a school in his honor. So Dallas ISD is absolutely Jason's. It's in his DNA. But you know what I say about Coach Todd's leadership is, they're shooting stars and they're bright, but they last for just a moment. Jason Todd is a North Star. He's going to be there all the time.
Doing a great job with the kids. I've been out to practice, the way he works with the kids on and off the field. Now, what is the success of South Oak Cliff, what they're experiencing, due to inspire not only the student athletes across the district, but the students and the staff as well? Pumps everybody up.
What a great question. Schools, we all know, schools at the end of the day are the heart of a community, and that community wants to see, feel, touch success for their students because they know that our students are our next generation of leaders. And this is allowing everyone in Dallas ISD and hopefully throughout our state to say, when you work hard and you play hard, you can achieve.
Absolutely. And tell our listeners, Dr. Stephanie, a little bit about your background and why you decided to return to Dallas ISD as superintendent.
Yeah, this is probably the easiest question for me because people are the reason I came back. Truthfully, Dallas, absolutely, Dallas ISD is home, and I'm now home. I'm home for good.
Now, I understand there's 3 initiatives you want to accomplish during your first year as superintendent. Share with us about those.
Well, first and foremost, I want to continue to build on the success of my predecessor, my mentor, my friend, Michael Hinojosa. And those priorities include the roadmap that he and our school board of trustees, I have an amazing school board who've established these initiatives and these priorities. So we're going to continue to work on expanding early learning opportunities because we know getting our kids in early is a key difference maker, and continuing to work on the academic success of our early college high school programs, our P-Tech models that have industry partners and industry certifications, as well as the new career institutes. We've got a path for everyone, absolutely a path for everyone. And lastly, Dallas ISD has choice, not just choice because we have different programs, choice because we have quality in every one of our schools. Dallas ISD is a real choice, and I ask and I challenge our community members, think about how you can invest dollars after high school by choosing public school, because in Dallas ISD, you can get a private school education at a public school price.
I love it. Hey, how does athletics fit in your vision for the district? I know I saw a video when you talked to the coaches, and I understand, but share it with our public.
Athletics is, in fact, no pun intended, a game changer. Athletics teaches so much beyond just the athletic skill. It can open doors in so many different ways. I've experienced it as a mom, I've experienced it as a teacher, and I'm experiencing it as a superintendent. All extracurricular activities. I mean, just look here today. It's not just the football team. We've got the band. We've got the cheer squad. We've got the dance team. We've got our students. We've got our parents.
A big Dallas community.
Whole big Dallas community. And so, at the end of the day, sometimes our kids come because they're drawn to academics. Sometimes our kids come because they're drawn to athletics, and the academics is an after effect. Algebra and geometry and English happen as an accident, and you know what? I'll take that too.
There's a couple of things that Dallas ISD is doing now, starting going forward, to help the athletics programs perform at the highest level. Share with us just a moment about that.
Yeah, so, when we aren't performing as well as maybe some people think, other school districts that are located in other parts of the state, I want to say this. We do not have any gaps in talent or gaps in academics or gaps in athletics. Our kids have opportunity gaps, and it's our job to fill those, and that's what our coaches need us to do and what our teachers need us to do, whether it's on the academic side. All we need to do is provide some more investment in additional time, and that talent will be developed and uncovered. And that requires us to help them before school and after school, not just during school.
Dr. Elizalde, we're going to let you become a color analyst here at halftime. You have an athletic background, a cheer background. You're real accustomed to it. What do you expect out of the Golden Bears in the second half? Maybe one or two things you think they might pull out from Coach Todd might pull from his sleeve.
Well, if you've followed our football team here, our South Oak Cliff Golden Bears, you know that Coach Todd is one of the best at making halftime adjustments. So I think he's going to reevaluate how we're running that ball. But always remember, champions find a way to win. And look at that score. We are back in this game because you got to have faith.
17-12, folks. Sock coming back. They scored a touchdown in the second quarter just before and now they always say that's a big thing if you can score a touchdown just before halftime. It's momentum building.
It is momentum building, and just watch. We are going to be down there receiving that final win.
Millennium Sports, that's me, and Texas Sports Production. We're building something with Dallas ISD. Todd Lamb, your Executive Communications Director, is our key liaison. We're going to have some basketball, but going forward, we're going to have a lot of key games for your district because the kids deserve the coverage. That's what I said when I first came down here and talked to Gil Garza a few years back. Actually, I was here beforehand, but that's what I said. The kids deserve the coverage.
And I want to take this moment to thank both Millennium Sports and
Texas Sports
Production because you all have taken the time to give us coverage, and our kids have earned it. We're not asking for anything that we don't deserve. Our kids have earned it, but you all are recognizing that.
It's our vision, and we're all about sports and also academics, and we see the quality of the coaching in the community. I've told a lot of people on the north side of, up Denton County, Collin County, I said, there are strong communities in more southern areas in Dallas. Don't discount them in any way. There's great families, great companies, great schools. I've seen it. I want to thank you so much for coming in at halftime. One more time, 17-12. Come on, Sock. Let's win this state championship.
Go Golden Bears.
We're going to go ahead and take another break on our timeout on our halftime show. And we'll be back after this.
A game without a crowd is just a scrimmage. A performance without an audience is just a rehearsal. Without your presence, high school sports and the performing arts aren't possible. Ensure that these essential extracurricular activities continue to enrich the lives of students in Texas. Purchase a ticket to your local high school's game or performance.
This message presented by the UIL and the Texas High School Athletic Directors Association.
Since 1963, the Harris Ratings Weekly has provided Texas high school football coaches and fans complete rating services, including the power ratings for all UIL football teams, from 2A to 6A, with the top 10 rankings and the point differentials for each game each week. For more information, call Harris Ratings Weekly and Van Harris at 940-498-5176. That's 940-498-5176. And they're online at harrisratings.com. Harris Ratings Weekly, another proud supporter of Millennium Sports football broadcasts.
Rodenbaugh's Flooring, America Kitchen Bed and Bath of Allen is your kitchen upgrade headquarters, featuring top-rated brands like Amana, KitchenAid, Maytag, and Whirlpool, and beautiful Cambria quartz countertops for the bedroom, Sealy, and Tempur-Pedic beds. A must-see. Rodenbaugh's Flooring, such as hand-scraped hardwood, luxury vinyl plank, and tile. Find details online at rodenbaughs.com or in our showroom at 102 West Main Street in Allen. You've got the hometown advantage with Rodenbaughs. If you or a friend have experienced a significant life loss, get the booklet Walk Through the Valley of Grief by author James C. Bivens. This booklet shares biblical help and is written and designed to help you successfully deal with grief. Walk Through the Valley of Grief is available online at Amazon.com. That's Walk Through the Valley of Grief.
Welcome back. It is 17-12 at AT&T Stadium. South Oak Cliff trailing Port Neches-Groves. And you're in the Rodenbaugh Flooring America Bed and Bath halftime show. Justin White, let's go over our DeBerry Funeral Director scoreboard if you can. If you guys can talk about this for a little bit, I'm going to take a moment and I'll be right back.
Okay. Let's go over some scores from the state championships here the last couple of days. They started on Wednesday. Now I'm going to go 11-man. Are you going to go as early as?
I don't know much about 6-man, but we can say the score at least.
Here, go ahead and go. Let's start with the 6-man. They played on Wednesday. Started Wednesday morning, I believe, about 11 o'clock. The 6-man, Division I and Division II. Benjamin. The Benjamin Mustangs defeated Lorraine 68-20 in the 1A 6-man Division II state championship. In the 1A 6-man Division I, Westbrook defeated Abbott 69-24. Both those teams, I believe, are big powerhouse 6-man teams. And then Wednesday night they played the first 11-man game of the week. Mart lost to Albany 41-21. Almighty Mart, who's usually a powerhouse in 2A Division II.
And there was a weird thing that happened in that game. I don't know if you were watching, Justin.
I did.
But Albany got the ball to start both halves in that football game.
Yeah, talk a little bit. I couldn't understand what happened. It's like they deferred and then.
They deferred.
They isn't who?
Albany deferred.
Okay.
At the coin toss. And Mart goes, well, we'll kick, instead of saying which end they wanted to defend. So Mart ended up kicking off both halves because the player messed up the coin toss.
Wow. And they said the official gave him a chance to kind of get out of the jam, get out of what he retract his statement, and he doubled down on it, and Albany got the ball to start the game and to start the second half. And at that point of the game, too, Albany was starting to, at the end of the half, start third quarter, Albany, they just need another score to kind of break that thing wide open. So that was perfect for them.
Yeah, and the Albany run game dominated that game, which I really did not expect. March, usually a big powerhouse, plays here every year, it seems like. Albany was just a better team, and Coach Danny Fay got his first state title, and he's been coaching at Albany for 40 years, been the head coach for 36 years there.
Yeah, he got his first, Denny Faith, got their first state championship there for Albany. 2A Division I, Hawley defeated Almighty Refugio. Refugio, who has got multiple state championships, I believe up to 4, maybe 5. And Hawley, kind of the same way that Albany did, kind of just really bullied them, kind of took it to them in the running game.
Yeah, forcing 4 turnovers in the first half, Hawley did.
Yeah.
On the explosive offense of Refugio.
And then we go to 3A Division II. Gunner, who this broadcast crew is familiar with, Gunner dominated Poth 42-7 in that game, and that one pretty much from the beginning was done with.
And then we had Franklin last night kicking a last-second field goal to beat Brock. Carthage winning this morning over Wimberley 42-0. And China Spring kicking a game-winning field goal the game before this one over Bourne 24-21. And this one, we have Port Neches 17, South Oak Cliff Golden Bears 12 at the half.
That's the DeBerry Funeral Director scoreboard. We're going to take a quick timeout. We'll be right back right after this.
Founded in 2008, Joseph Paul Homes of Fairview, Texas, builds true luxury homes custom designed by Joseph Vastano. Joseph Paul Homes builds all the way from Preston Hollow to Salina, featuring a unique designer's touch in each new home. Details are available at josephpaulhomes.com and on the Joseph Paul Homes Facebook page. The Vastano family proudly supports our local youth in their academic, athletic, and extracurricular endeavors.
A game without a crowd is just a scrimmage. A performance without an audience is just a rehearsal. Without your presence, high school sports and the performing arts aren't possible. Ensure that these essential extracurricular activities continue to enrich the lives of students in Texas. Purchase a ticket to your local high school's game or performance.
This message presented by the UIL and the Texas High School Athletic Directors Association.
Nelson Law Group PC of Flower Mound offers assistance with contract law, partnerships, and civil litigation. Brett Nelson is client-centered and maintains excellent communication to assist his clients best reaching their goals. Nelson Law can be reached at 972-808-7227 or online at nelsonlawgrouppc.com.
Looks like we're going to be underway here fairly soon, but let's go ahead and give you our Nelson Law Group PC stat board. Blake?
We'll start with Port Neches. Quarterback Cole Crippen, 2 of 5 passing for 66 yards and a touchdown. The touchdown was to Landon Garney, 1 catch for 53 yards and a touchdown. Chance Prospierre has the other catch for 13 yards. They are led on the game rushing by Isaiah Wynn, 10 carries for 106 yards, and Shea Adams has 5 carries for 14 yards and a touchdown. For South Oak Cliff on offense, William Little is 7 of 12 passing, 164 yards and a touchdown. They are led on the ground by Danny Green, 8 carries for 21 yards, Tedrick Williams, 6 carries for 10 yards, and Javon Thomas, 4 carries for 7 yards. Joshua Manley has 2 catches for 52 yards. Trey Jackson has 1 catch for 15 yards and a touchdown. Jeremiah Colley has 1 catch for 45 yards. And Corinthian Coleman has 2 catches for 38 yards for the South Oak Cliff Golden Bears. On defense, Brandon Jones leads the way for South Oak Cliff with 2 sacks and 5 tackles on the game. Billy Walton, 1 tackle, Cortland Kidd, 2, Keith Smith, 2, Abdul Muhammad, 1, Brandon Jones, 5 with 2 sacks, Dylan Brown Turner, 1, Malik Muhammad, 1, Taylor Starling, 5, and had a big chase down tackle, and David Farrell's 2 tackles. For Port Neches on defense, they are led by Nick Gardnier with 9 tackles, Seth Landry with 6, Sean Gardnier with 4 tackles, Mason Drudy with 4, Dylan Lawless 1, Cameron Drudy 1, Reed Richard 3, Jonathan Hernandez 2, and Peyton Broom 3.
All right, that's your Nelson Law Group PC stat board. Thank you, Blizzard. Millennium Sports and the South Oak Cliff Golden Bears wish to thank tonight's broadcast sponsors: Build-A-Berry Funeral Directors of Denton, Rodenbaugh's Flooring America Kitchen Bed and Bath of Allen, Nelson Law Group PC of Flower Mound, the Dallas Independent School District, Joseph Paul Holmes of Fairview, booklet Walking Through the Valley of Grief by author James C. Bivens, available now on Amazon. Harris Ratings Weekly of Corinth, Millennium Sports live video broadcast of the 76th Annual Dallas ISD Invitational Basketball Tournament is December 30th, and we're just about ready for the second half to get underway. I want to thank again our sponsors there. Justin, you've done a great job trying to get on the sideline. Couldn't do it because the guy just doesn't like you.
I don't like me. Didn't like the kind of pass I had, I guess. And I thought
you were a likable guy all these years.
I know. I don't
know what that guy took offense to, but
thought I could sweet talk him, and he was not having any of it.
Well, we're just about ready to get underway. It's 17-12, our score, as South Oak Cliff will have the football first to start this second half. They'll be moving left to right from our vantage point. And the kick is going to be a short one, going to be taken on the right side of the field by Manley, the up man. And South Oak Cliff will have decent field position at about the 30-yard line, moving left to right.
You know, I'd like to see something a little bit different. You know, maybe some jet sweeps. Maybe just a kind of something a little different wrinkle in the offense. William Little's done a pretty good job of passing the ball around the field. Got a couple of long balls earlier.
I'm telling you, the Tedrick Williams pass is coming, y'all. It's coming.
Well, this is quite a chess match I think we're going to see from one side of the field to the other between Jason Todd and Jeff Joseph. from Port Neches-Groves. William Little will come out at quarterback for South Oak Cliff with Danny Green to his left, and there's a flag before we can get underway, and this one may be against South Oak Cliff. Another false start. That's about four false starts, I believe.
And not a good way to start your first drive of the game, drive of the half.
Come out of the halftime, probably had a lot of talking about that, and there it is on the very first play. Not a good look. I'll tell you what, one of the greatest things about AT&T Stadium is in the press box they have some really good coffee.
Yeah.
I'm probably not going to sleep tonight.
Got those highlights tonight.
Yeah, left to right from their own 28-yard line now as William Little drops back straight deep down, hammers it down the middle of the field, and that one's going to be caught by Ricky Evans. Escapes free but falls down. He was going to go the distance, but he couldn't keep his feet. And with 11:45 here in quarter number 3, trailing by 5, South Oak Cliff is in scoring position, and they're doing it in the passing game this week.
William Little, I'm telling you, he told him, say, okay, you want me to throw? I'll throw. Good protection, had a good pocket, and just lost that ball. He got right, Evans got right on the, beat Sean Gardner just a couple of steps, and I think Gardner had a touchdown-saving tackle there.
53 yards on the pass and catch by Evans. He had the huge fourth down conversion catch a week ago, and this one right in the middle of the field. I thought he was going to go to the house. Danny Green will stand right behind William Little, and Green gets the carry over right guard, that big offensive line, and he'll have enough to get him inside the 15 at least, maybe to the 14, maybe to the 13-yard line. So a 4-yard gain will pin it as 4 yards for Danny Green. 10:56 left to go in the third. P&G up 17-12, but South Oak Cliff knocking on the door at the 13-yard line. Danny Green will stand to the right of William Little with one receiver on either side. Little wants to throw a fade route in the end zone to Mary Colley, trying to find a bit of great coverage. And a nice play defensively by Reed Richard, the cornerback, who is mano-a-mano on Colley, and it falls incomplete on the jump ball.
Colley had to turn around it was over his right shoulder, and just outstretched hands. And I tell you what, if he brought it in just a little bit more, he could have gone up there and used his 6'2", 210-pound frame to bring it down. It was just overshot him just a little bit.
There's a little jersey grabbing going on
by Richard.
Yeah, by Reed Richard.
Second down and 10. A fake the hand and a low throw incomplete, intended for Manley. And it'll be fourth down and 6, and we'll see the field goal team come on as Diego Varala trying to make it a, dare we say, 2-point game.
How big was that tackle on the deep ball, though?
Yeah, that was, that's going to save him 4 points.
4 points again.
From the right hash, Diego Varala attempting a 30-yard field goal. Tedrick Williams to hold. The kick is on the right side, inside the uprights, and good. And our new score, 17-15. A strange score. South Oak Cliff trying to fight back. They keep trying to fight back. We're going to take a quick timeout. We'll be right back right after this timeout.
Broadcasting the championship day games of the Millennium Sports is live video broadcasting the championship day games of the 76th annual Dallas ISD Invitational Basketball Tournament Friday, December 30th at TexasSportsProductions.com, highlighting great boys and girls teams from across the country, along with Dallas ISD teams. If you or family, your business, school organization, or church would like to support Dallas ISD basketball, then contact John Froh, president of Millennium Sports, at 214-642-7003 or email jmfroh@att.net. Enjoy the game.
We are at AT&T Stadium. Monty Walker along with Justin White, Blake the Blizzard Burnett. 10:18 left to go in quarter number 3 as Sock just kicked a 30-yard field goal from Diego Varela to narrow the gap a little bit here, 17-15. And Varela will bang this one away. It was a 4-play, 58-yard drive for South Oak Cliff. The ball looks like it's going to go out of bounds, but
he got that.
I'm not sure what happened. Can you do a replay here? Because South Oak Cliff picked it up on a hop, but
I need to see that again.
It was Landon Garnier who let the ball bounce and go out of bounds.
But a South Oak Cliff defender came down, flying down, and may have caught it before it went out of bounds.
However, a penalty flag was thrown as if it went out of bounds. False start? What do they call that?
Just a legal procedure, kick out of bounds.
So the ball hits inbounds, and it bounces. Ooh, that was close. Half of the ball, I think, was out of bounds.
I think it did. And
half was in.
It bounced inbounds and then bounced right on the line, just half of it in, half of it out.
What a headsy play. Who is that from South Oak Cliff? Ricky Evans, I believe.
It is Ricky Evans.
What a headsy play there. But regardless, Port Neches-Groves is going to have the ball at their own 30-yard line. Moving right to left from our vantage point. A handoff to Isaiah Wynn, and he skirts through for just a little bit. He always seems to do that, and you haven't seen that a lot from any other team in the playoffs against the South Oak Cliff defense, but Wynn seems to find a little seam every now and again, especially on first down.
He's got, like I said earlier, he's got good vision, and he's got a low center of gravity. He's kind of built like a fire hydrant, really. Low center of gravity and low to the ground.
He's built like a small republic.
Yeah.
9:45 left to go in the third. 17-15. Crippen, handoff to Wynn. This time he spins out of a tackle and drug finally out of bounds. I'm not sure he's going to get but maybe a yard on that one. It's a great job of scraping over to the football by the South Oak Cliff defense. And all of a sudden, Isaiah Wynn coming up with a little finger injury. I wouldn't say injury, but he's staying in the game, I believe. But doesn't feel real good. Something with his finger there.
And Mario Miguel, left guard, was pulling and just leading the way, and Wynn was just right there on his hip pocket. Had his hand on his back, literally following Miguel on that block on the outside.
3rd down and 5. PNG moving right to left, and they're all white uniforms. White helmets, white tops, white pants. Trimmed in purple. Handoff to Isaiah Wynn up the middle. And he's hit hard, but he's going to get enough yards to the 39-yard line. That's going to be close to a first down, but not enough. And it'll be 4th down and 1. And I don't think, is this decision time or is this just go ahead and punt this?
Let's go ahead and punt if I'm PNG. You don't want to gamble right here. You rely on your defense. But this was an important possession for the South Oak Cliff defense. They need to get a quick 3 and out.
Hold on. Hold everything. I'm not sure punting is the nature of the beast here.
Wow, what a gamble here.
4th and 2. They bring in the entire offense, the jumbo package. There's a flag on the play. Shea Adams initially was surged backwards, and then he bounced out of it to pick up the first down, but I'm not sure. There might have been movement up front before this one got underway.
South Oak Cliff jumped off sides on the hard count.
Like they just went in the neutral zone, and then they snapped. PNG snapped the ball. You had 22 men right there in the box.
Let's see what the officials call here. Make sure, it's going to be against South Oak Cliff. That's a first down. So I have to scratch away my punt that I wrote on the board here. And the ball will now move. Oh, there is contact up front. Great call. That's a chess match move right
really
there,
isn't
it? So the ball now spotted at the 38-yard line. Or 43-yard line. And here is... again, Adams around the left side. A little bit of yardage there.
I guess I admit I wouldn't be able to watch as much on the at the end of the half when trying to go down the sidelines. But Shea Adams, unless he did something there at the end of the half, he's been kind of quiet tonight.
He did get the touchdown to get PNG to 17.
Okay, I missed that then. I did miss that.
It was a 3-yard touchdown, though.
7:37 on the clock. Man goes in motion. That's the big fullback. And this will be a handoff to Isaiah Wynn up the middle. He's got another seam. Gets into the second layer before he's finally brought down by Taylor Starling.
There's a flag on the play as well. In the area of holding.
That's got to be area of holding, yeah. The thing with Isaiah Wynn, what you don't see is a lot of running backs get like they're shot out of a cannon. We like to use that term. He's more patient when he runs the ball and kind of waits for his holes and his blocks to form. But he's not hitting the hole just at 90 miles an hour. He's a very patient runner.
Yeah, Isaiah Wynn. Now the Wynn is spelled like Dat Wynn. Nguyen. Wynn. The old linebacker from Texas A&M and Dallas Cowboys about 22 years ago.
It ain't been that long, has it?
It's been a long time. Cole Crippen rolling out right, wanting to throw on the run, deep right side, and it's going to be incomplete and out of bounds. His intended receiver there was Gardner. And with 7:04 on the clock here in the third quarter, it is now a third down and 12 at their own 41-yard line.
Abdul Muhammad was there in coverage with Gardner, step for step. In fact, almost Gardner ended up going out of bounds. Hat came off the official, so he can't be the first one to touch it if he came in bounds to make the catch, but it was overshot anyways.
8th play of the drive for PNG. Facing a third down and 12. Everybody coming to full throat. 7:04 on the clock here in the third quarter. 17-15. Indians in the lead over the Bears. Golden Bears in trouble and sacked back at the 30-yard line. Keith Smith, 6'3", 285-pound senior with his 11th sack of the year.
Well, Dat Wynn was trying to pass protect, and he just bowled over Wynn and right into the lap of Cole Crippen and brought Crippen down with a sack behind the line of scrimmage on a third down. It was going to be an obvious passing play, but a lot of push up front for that defensive line, especially led by Keith Smith.
And now it is punt formation, and a snap goes over the head of the anointed one. He picks it up and throws it back out of the end zone for another safety.
Wow.
That's two.
Bingo card. And the game is tied.
Wow.
And he had time to pick it up and try to kick it there.
I don't think he knew it. The ball went over his head, and this is going to bring South Oak Cliff and all of Dallas up on their feet. It went over his head all the way back to the end zone. Crippen, instead of picking it up and trying to kick it, I think he thought there was a man bearing down on him. Instead, he just kicks it out of bounds and takes the safety.
Somebody told me at the half that it's bonus time if South Oak Cliff is able to win. And Crippen just pushed it out of bounds. He did not. I mean, one is that he had no idea anybody was behind him,
and he had time to pick it up and throw it.
But obviously, he didn't know that. He was running with his back towards the defensive line and the defense, and he did have time, but he had no way of knowing it. So he did what appears to be, typically is the smart thing, just to get rid of it out of the end zone instead of, causing further damage to where South Oak Cliff could jump on the football in the end zone. And that would have been 6 points instead of 2. So now South Oak Cliff again. How many times we had 2 safeties in the game with South Oak Cliff and Melissa, and another 2 safeties in this game. It doesn't happen very often. It's like hitting triples all the time, or back-to-back inside the park home runs or something.
Well, and not only 2 safeties, but 2 safeties from the same team. So South Oak Cliff has benefited from 4 points tonight because of safeties.
6:17 on the clock. Sandoval's kick's going to be taken by Manley at the midfield stripe. He breaks a tackle. Ball, I think, came on the turf. Manley, I think, got on it, but PNG says they're going the other way.
It's a scrum for it now. Javon Thomas is fighting.
He's under the pile fighting for it, and it is going to be South Oak Cliff ball. Javon Thomas headed to Texas A&M, showed why he's headed there as he out-muscled everybody under the pile to get the football back. You want some street fighters on your team. Javon Thomas, apparently one of those as the ball came out from Manley.
He was down anyway on that one. replay would have kept it as down.
Joshua Manley, the ball came out. You're right. As we look at the replay, it came out after. And now here comes South Oak Cliff with the ball on the 42-yard line, already in P&G territory. Shotgun formation, 3 receivers bunched together on the right. One up top is Cawley. Down at the bottom is Jackson Evans and Corinthian Coleman. Tedrick Williams in the backfield gets the carry here, breaks free on the right side, looking for a big block and gets one to the 32-yard line.
Going around that right side, right around the right tackle, and on that side of the field, you had 3 receivers on that side, able to block as well on the outside.
Boy, just some of them just get in the way. My goodness, Nehemiah Dewberry just got in the way of some defenders. 5:55 on the clock. Quarter number 3, 2nd down and 1 after a 9-yard run by Tedrick Williams. 3 receivers up top, 1 at the bottom is Jackson. William Little wants to throw over the middle. He's hit and sacked back at the 41-yard line. The Mike linebacker, Seth Landry, came up and said, hello.
Big play for P&G to get themselves some room to believe that they have a chance here in this tied game. Big time sack.
8-yard loss pushes them back to the 40-yard line. 3rd down and 8 coming up for South Oak Cliff. Tie ball game 17-17. 3 receivers left. 1 at the bottom is Jackson. Up top, it's going to be Corinthian Coleman, Cawley, and Ricky Evans.
P&G fans on their feet.
Tedrick Williams in the backfield. Right behind William Little. Crowd at full throat. Handoff up the middle. That's Javon Thomas. Breaks out of a tackle. Skips a defender. He's inside the 35 and slammed down at the 30-yard line. A good run by Javon Thomas. And that's going to be a 1st down for South Oak Cliff. What a run of 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th and 8th efforts.
Man, Thomas, that was just all him. He used his power, broke a tackle, sidestepped another one, and then took 2 defenders with him, about 3 or 4 extra yards to get the 1st down. He was going to be stopped short initially. And would took a couple of guys with him to get the 1st down.
Again, staying in the same formation with 3 receivers up top. And this again will be a handoff to Javon Thomas. Appears to be the same play. If it worked before, they're trying to work it again, another 3 yards. It'll be 2nd down and 7 perhaps. I think it was 3, maybe 4. That will push the ball to the 26-yard line. 4-yard gain.
South Oak Cliff finally getting the rushing attack going here in the second half. There was nothing working in the first half on the ground.
As long as they cannot commit penalties, it looks to be going their way. Same formation, 3 receivers up top. And I think P&G just came across the line.
It feels like the momentum is starting to shift to South Oak Cliff.
Jacob Cabrera, the backup nose tackle, came across the line and made contact. We'll see if that's the call. It is. So instead of 2nd down and 6, it'll be 2nd down and 1 for South Oak Cliff. And they're knocking on the door now. Ball at the 21-yard line. 5th play of the drive for the Golden Bears. 3 receivers, same formation. 1 at the bottom is Jackson. William Little trying to bark. Now they look to the side. Danny Green into the game at the tailback position. He'll move from William Little's left to William Little's right. And he'll get the handoff. Running behind his big offensive line to the right side. Skips down to the 11-yard line. Danny Green with a big run right there. And another 1st down for South Oak Cliff.
Breon Ramsey Brooks at right guard and Norda Stoker at right tackle. Right between those 2 guys. Right where they were. He went right between them to get the yardage.
Snap back. Handoff. Danny Green punches forward. Trying to escape. Does have 3 inside the 10 to the 7 to the 8 perhaps. Maybe the 7, I think is where they'll call it.
The size of South Oak Cliff is starting to push around the Port Neches defensive line now here in the 3rd quarter.
And that's the thing with the offensive line from South Oak Cliff. At some point, they just wear you down. And they're trying to do that here. And I think, again, they got a free play right here. William Little rolling out to the left, looking in the end zone. He's going to tuck it and run to the 10, to the 5, and he's going to be hit hard at about the 3-yard line, brought down there. But I think there's a flag. We'll see what they elect to do, as I believe P&G came across the line, but I don't see a flag.
I don't think there was one. And William Little, give him props for decision-making. He was looking downfield, didn't try to force it, and held on to it as long as he could, and then took it and ran, got about 2, 3, 4 yards out of it. but didn't try to force it, didn't try to force a turnover.
3 receivers to the right. Tedrick Williams into the game at the backfield position. They'll hand off to him. He's met in the back. No, William Little kept it around the right side on the read option. No indication. There it is. It's touchdown time in Texas. William Little, he finally pulled it out of the gut. A beautiful read option. And Little is big.
Been waiting on it all game. That defensive end's been crashing all game. He pulled it out at the perfect time and got himself a tutty.
And kept it right in the gut of Green for as long as he could. When they crashed down, he's not the fastest guy in the world, but he's got a little bit of wheels, and able to just get in the end zone, hit the goal line, able to fall forward for the touchdown.
Tedrick Williams to hold. Varala's kick is up. It's true. For the first time tonight, South Oak Cliff has the lead. 24-17, 2:05 left to go in quarter number 3. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be right back right after this.
If you or a friend have experienced a significant life loss, get the booklet Walk Through the Valley of Grief by author James C. Bivens. This booklet shares biblical help and is written and designed to help you successfully deal with grief. Walk Through the Valley of Grief is available online at Amazon.com. That's Walk Through the Valley of Grief.
Dallas ISD offers more school choice options than any other school or district in the city. Explore them all at dallasisd.org/discover. Your one-stop shop to browse and select the right opportunity for your child. The application deadline is January 31st, so visit dallasisd.org/discover and apply today. The choice is yours. Turn your kids' options into opportunities.
Do you like football?
Love it.
I like football. Blake, do you like football?
It's everything.
Hey, if you're listening to this broadcast, you probably like football. And if you like football, we've got a great football game for you. 24-17, South Oak Cliff in the lead. They took their first lead just moments ago on a 3-yard touchdown by William Little, who pulled it out of the gut of Tedrick Williams from the 3-yard line on a beautiful read option that fooled everybody in this Jerry World big old huge billion-dollar stadium.
I think one thing to notice in that last drive was Port Neches-Groves had a 4-man front. They went to a 3-man front. At that point, South Oak Cliff just used their 5 offensive linemen. There's not enough guys to 5-on-3 and able to open up the big holes for Denny Green and for William Little at the end. So give credit to Jacoby Walker, the offensive coordinator, for pointing that out and seeing that advantage and taking advantage of it.
After the 8-play, 42-yard drive. Again, it was the William Little 3-yard touchdown that capped it off. 24-17, our new score. 2:05 left to go in the third quarter. Now South Oak Cliff is going to have to use their smothering defense to try to. They've got a long way to go. This thing ain't anywhere close to being over. There's 14 minutes left to be played.
But now they can feel kind of comfortable. They've weathered the storm. They've got the lead now, and now they kind of go back to playing defense, maybe take chances if they want to, and play the game that they're used to playing, and leaning on their defense and keeping this, trying to keep this thing a low-scoring game as much as possible.
Diego Varala to bang this one away, and he does. It's a high kick, going to be taken by Garner at the 10-yard line. He's trying to find a seam, and he's hit hard at the 25-yard line. So no harm, no foul. And Port Neches-Groves will have 75 yards to go. They've got 1:59 on the clock here in quarter number 3. And they trail for the first time tonight, 24-17 to South Oak Cliff.
I think momentum-wise, this is going to be an important drive for Port Neches-Groves because you kind of feel that South Oak Cliff is starting to feel it here and kind of blood in the water type thing here right now. They're smelling blood.
This could be a very interesting drive. I think this possession is huge in this football game. Obviously, every possession is huge, but in the Class 5A Division II state title game. This one is huge. Here's Isaiah Wynn on the carry. Not much doing there, maybe 3 yards, 2 yards, 3 yards. Tackle by David Spruells from South Oak Cliff. And the ball will be spotted on the 29-yard line, so 4 yards by Isaiah Wynn. Second down and 6 coming up. Ball spotted at the 29-yard line. They've got a little ways to go. 71 to be exact. Clock rolling at 1:27. From AT&T Stadium, it's the state championship game, Class 5A Division II. Cole Crippen is going to throw it over the middle. It's going to be incomplete. He's looking for his receiver, which is Chance Prosperi, and it falls incomplete. Nice job by Brandon Jones, the middle linebacker right there.
I see what he was seeing, but Brandon Jones was right there watching his eyes too, and Jones, if he's just a little bit taller, could have brought down that interception. I don't know if he saw Brandon Jones in the middle of the field.
Well, that ball was a beautiful pass until Jones got his paw on it. That would have been a big play. Rolling out to the left is Cole Crippen under pressure, throws it, intercepted! Malik Muhammad! He's taking it to the house! The University of Texas commit slides down in the end zone. Touchdown time in Texas! South Oak Cliff stretching it out a little bit.
He did the no. He threw it across his body.
He rolled to his left, and they were sitting. The South Oak Cliff defense was just watching him. They just watching their eyes. And Manny Muhammad read it all the way. Blake said he threw across his body, and Muhammad had the left side of the field. Nobody there, and it was a foot race, and you're not going to catch him.
Another sideline warning has been, I guess, called against South Oak Cliff. No, that was against P&G, wasn't it?
I think it's P&G.
Yeah, he pointed to the P&G side there.
So, for the moment, it's 30-17 awaiting the PAT. This game has turned around in a hurry, boys.
Talk about a tale of two halves. I hate to use that cliche, but it really has been. I mean, this Golden Bears, South Oak Cliff made some changes, some adjustments in the showing.
Hey, it was 17-5.
It's not a touchdown, guys.
Why?
He slid down a little early, I believe.
Yeah, he slid at the one.
He slid in like he was sliding in at second base. And his knee, Malik Muhammad's knee, is just before it went in.
But the ball's across there.
The ball's going to be spotted at like the 1-inch line.
But he's like a quarterback there. Once he starts to slide, he gives himself up. So it's actually at the 2.
Wow.
If he would have just tried.
I wondered about that at the time, but nobody made the call.
He was trying to be just trying to be fancy at the end and slide in like he slid into second base.
And he's obviously his knees down before. But Blake, you're right. When you commit to slide, that's where it starts. So wipe off the touchdown for Malik Muhammad.
Wow.
But the ball is spotted at the inside the 5. We know that. And there's 1:03 left to go in quarter number 3. So wherever the ball is going to be spotted, it'll be inside the 5. Somewhere about the 2-yard line, 3-yard line, something like that.
So it won't matter that the ball may have broke the plane?
No, because he's like a quarterback there. It's once you start your slide.
Okay.
Wow, what a turn of events. But
here we go. Who's called?
We'll have to see what they say. Oh, it's going to be a touchdown. They're going to go ahead and give him the touchdown.
Okay.
Wow.
And Malik stands up kind of like, told you. I told you.
I still don't understand how that really happened.
Yeah, I don't know how it stands as a touchdown.
I mean, we saw like 75 replays, and every one of them were the same. He was down at the 1, or at least inside the 1 inch line.
Inside the 1, yeah.
So it
may not have been too much enough to overturn because they did call it a touchdown initially.
Maybe that's what it was. So here we are. We're gonna let Diego Varela make it 31-17 if he can do that without sliding down. Kick is up. Kick is good. 31-17. Fellas, this turned in a hurry, did it not?
Man, no kidding.
And we were talking about right before the half, with 25 seconds right before the half. At the 25-second mark before the half, it was still 17-5. P&G in the lead.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden they quick score. Here they are. This one has turned. And South Oak Cliff, 31-7. We're going to take a quick timeout. We'll be right back right after this timeout.
Since 1963, the Harris Ratings Weekly has provided Texas high school football coaches and fans complete rating services, including the power ratings for all UIL football teams, from 2A to 6A, with the top 10 rankings and the point differentials for each game each week. For more information, call Harris Ratings Weekly and Van Harris at 940-498-5176. That's 940-498-5176. And they're online at harrisratings.com.
If you are going through a complex divorce, it is crucial to have a competent lawyer with sound and practical advice. Nelson Law Group of Flower Mound's legal and life experiences will help you through difficult times. Voted best of Denton County since 2015. For a free consultation, go online to nelsonlawgrouppc.com.
Rodenbaugh's Flooring, America Kitchen Bed and Bath of Allen is your kitchen upgrade headquarters, featuring top-rated brands like Amana, KitchenAid, Maytag, and Whirlpool, and beautiful Cambria quartz countertops for the bedroom, Sealy, and Tempur-Pedic beds. A must-see. Rodenbaugh's Flooring, such as hand-scraped hardwood, luxury vinyl plank, and tile. Find details online at rodenbaughs.com or in our showroom at 102 West Main Street in Allen. You've got the hometown advantage with Rodenbaughs.
Since 1963, the Harris Ratings Weekly has provided Texas high school football coaches and fans complete rating services, including the power ratings for all UIL football teams, from 2A to 6A, with the top 10 rankings and the point differentials for each game each week. For more information, call Harris Ratings Weekly and Van Harris at 940-498-5176. That's 940-498-5176. 5176, and they're online at harrisratings.com. Harris Ratings Weekly, another proud supporter of Millennium Sports football broadcasts.
Welcome back to AT&T Stadium. Monty Walker along with Justin White, Blake Burnett. Class 5A Division II state title game, and it has turned. If you went away to maybe go to the kitchen and grab a cup of coffee or grab a little orange juice or whatever your flavor may be on a Friday night, it has turned, and it has turned quickly. 31-17, South Oak Cliff in the lead. Malik Muhammad a moment ago just picked off a pass from quarterback Cole Crippen, the anointed one. Ran it back to the house. And here's the kickoff by Diego Varala, and will be taken at the 5-yard line. And that is Garnier, who is slammed down really, really, really hard by Samajere Gasaway. And the Port Neches, there's a flag down as well. Port Neches-Groves look to be trapped inside their own 20, but let's see what the flag is. Unsportsmanlike conduct against South Oak Cliff. So that'll give them a little bit better field position to 15 yards further down the road. 57 seconds left to go before the fourth quarter. 31-17, South Oak Cliff in the lead. Someone told us it was going to be a bonus if South Oak Cliff were able to win. They said that when they were trailing by 5. All of a sudden, boom, the score goes up.
Hopefully there's no memory loss. Bonus. What was I talking about?
Bonus. The 3 receivers to the near side, split out wide to the left for Port Neches. And throwing that way is Crippen. It's going to be caught by Prosperi, one of the few catches he's had tonight. That one not doing much. As maybe a yard to the 34-yard line as the ball was spotted at the 33, the original line of scrimmage on the possession.
And Malik Muhammad, there in coverage on that quick pass, was able to quickly take down Garner. What are we saying, Garner?
Garner.
I'll get it before the end of the game here.
Well, we're almost to the fourth quarter. Second down and 9. Handoff up the middle. Isaiah Wynn to the 39-yard line. About a little bit shy of the first down by about 4.
Maybe the last play of the half or the quarter.
And that is, I believe, yep, there it goes. 2-1. That is the end of the third quarter. South Oak Cliff, they blacked it out here tonight, wearing all black. Last year it was all white. Coach Todd not wearing all white. He's wearing all black tonight. And they have a 31-17 lead as we head to quarter number 4. We're going to take a quick timeout. We'll be right back right after this.
If you are going through a complex divorce, it is crucial to have a competent lawyer with sound and practical advice. Nelson Law Group of Flower Mound's legal and life experiences will help you through difficult times. Voted best of Denton County since 2015. For a free consultation, go online to nelsonlawgrouppc.com.
Welcome back. As South Oak Cliff has a 31-17 lead here at AT&T Stadium. Justin, let's go ahead and thank our sponsors, can we?
All right. Millennium Sports and the South Oak Cliff Golden Bears wish to thank tonight's broadcast sponsors. Bill DeBerry Funeral Directors of Denton, Rodenball's Flooring America Kitchen Bed and Bath of Allen, Nelson Law Group PC of Flower Mound, the Dallas Independent School District, Joseph Paul Holmes of Fairview, booklet Walking Through the Valley of Grief by author James C. Bivens, available now on Amazon, Harris Rating Weekly of Corinth, Millennium Sports, live video broadcast of the 76th Annual Dallas ISD Invitational Basketball Tournament, December 30th.
31-17 our score here at AT&T Stadium. And, boy, I tell you what, if you wanted a good football game, we've certainly had one for you tonight. This is the end of the road for our broadcast crew. Studio 42, we started our season in Honey Grove, Texas at Warrior Stadium a long time ago. But here we are at the big dance, the big house, the land of milk and honey.
Now you think about it, we started at the very beginning last week in August, and now we're at the very end of the season, last game of the year.
Yeah, there was a big victory like that night in Howe, Texas. And what a contrast it is here at AT&T Stadium from Warrior Stadium in Honey Grove. But a good football game here tonight. Port Neches-Groves, 13-2, trying to win their first state championship since 1975. They've won 3 of them, but they've been to 7 overall. They made the state finals in 54, 1977, 1999, and all of a sudden, of course now 2022. South Oak Cliff, obviously last year their first state championship game and win.
P&G's an old school powerhouse.
Well, a 90-something-year-old program. Here we go. This is the big powerhouse back jumbo package, and escaping free for a moment is the running back Isaiah Wynn along the left side of the offensive line. That was the jumbo package, including Shea Adams at the quarterback position, and he handed off to Wynn, who took it over left tackle along the left hash, crosses the 50-yard line. A big run there and a new set of downs at the 49-yard line. And this again is Wynn over left tackle. This time he's stopped right at the line of scrimmage. For no gain, it'll be second down and 10. We're in the fourth quarter, 11:28 left to go in the game. And South Oak Cliff leads 31-17. They took their first lead of the night in the third quarter at the 2:05 mark. It was all P&G in the first half. And as Justin said, it's a Charles Dickens game. Tale of two halves. Adams stays in at quarterback, and he hands off to Isaiah Wynn. Again, he's stopped by Cortland Kidd. Right up the middle, he has nowhere to go. And a little bit of frustration on the face of Isaiah Wynn.
Yeah, right there. Nothing in between Cortland Kidd and Keith Smith. Cortland Kidd at 5'10", 280, and Keith Smith at 6'3", 285. There's no more runner in between those two guys.
Ball at the 48-yard line. Port Neches-Groves facing a 3rd down and 9. Again, we've not seen quarterback Cole Crippen since he had the interception, I guess. And this is Adams throwing for the first time, and he is going to complete his pass to Prosperi on the right hash. It's not enough for a first down, and it'll set up a 4th down and 2 for P&G, and it looks like punt time's coming up. So we'll see if Crippen steps into the game here to punt the ball away.
That slant pattern across the middle was a little bit behind the receiver to bring up the 4th and 2, and I got to think they'd be going for this.
Yeah, they are going to go for it. Down 31-17, why not?
Biggest play of the game right here.
The house at full throat, ball on the 41-yard line, 4th down and 2. Adams drops the ball in the backfield, and he is swarmed. It's a sack. Billy Walton with his 19th sack of the year. Headed to the Longhorn country.
They're trying to go quarterback power to the left. It was a clean snap. Adams just dropped it. He couldn't handle it.
I'm not sure even if he did handle it, if he'd have gotten away from Billy Walton, who was breathing down his neck.
Billy Walton was coming with full force. He was almost basically untouched. So, yeah, he may have tracked down Adams before he even got through a hole around a corner. So that was done from the get-go.
6'4", 240-pound senior, Billy Walton. Wow. So a turnover on downs gives Danny Green the ball for South Oak Cliff, and he moves the ball across midfield from the 48 to the 49.
Now this is where, Blake said earlier in the third quarter, this is kind of now where they start to wear you down.
This is where you look for about an 8-minute drive from South Oak Cliff to kill this thing.
Take as much time off the clock. Rarely throw it, if at all.
9:04 on the clock. Jason Todd knows what to do right here. Milk it. Hand off Danny Green, a big hole on the right side. That's going to be a first down to the 37-yard line. They'll give him the 38. An 11-yard run by Danny Green. And Jason Todd's got his foot on the throat of P&G.
He's starting to feel it. This whole team is starting to feel it. Rion Ramsey Brooks puts both the hands up in the air as Green had that run.
3 receivers to the near side for South Oak Cliff as they bleed the clock. Ricky Evans, Corinthian Coleman, and Joshua Manley split out wide. Handoff, keeping it on the ground again. Danny Green, the power back inside the 30 to the 27-yard line.
Danny Green, 5'9", 165 pounds. He's not a big guy, but he does run with a lot of power and authority. He doesn't go down after the first hit, as you can see there. Our listeners can't, but first hit, he doesn't go down. He keeps running.
What he does very well is he runs behind his shoulder pads. 7:54, 7:53. South Oak Cliff taking their time. A new set of downs at the 27-yard line. Manley, Coleman, and Evans split out wide to the left. Ricky Jackson, I believe, is split out wide to the right. A handoff to Green again. This time not much doing, but he does surge for a few yards past the 25 to the 23. Oh, he made something out of nothing and got 4 yards, as I didn't think he was going to get back to the line of scrimmage.
Ever since P&G went to this 3-man front for some reason, South Oak Cliff just ran it right down their throat. I don't understand why you're still in the 3-man front.
Well, they typically are a 3-man front. They I mean, that's their thing. But and has been unsuccessful against this power offensive line for South Oak Cliff. 2nd down and 6 coming up. Ball spotted at the PNG 23-yard line. Javon Thomas into the game. Danny Green will check out. 3 receivers near side, 1 up top. William Little claps once, and he wants to throw. He's got his man. Cauley makes the catch inside the 10 to the 6-yard line. A big catch by Cauley. He gets up and has some words, but what a catch. What a throw on a slant across the middle.
Had that run-pass option. Saw Reed Richard playing a little bit off of him, and a good throw and a slant on the slant pattern. Got him right there in stride to Cauley. We've got a flag on the play.
17 yards. It's going to be a false start against South Oak Cliff. So instead of having the ball at the 6, they'll have it at the 13. First down and 15 coming up. First down and goal.
I think they're going to slide at the 11.
Where are the chains?
It was at the 6.
It was at the 6, so there is no change.
Oh, I see. I got you. Yeah. They'll spot it at the 11. Okay, I got you. All right, ball spotted at the 11. Oh, was that math? Is that what that was? Somebody got me with math. 5:56 on the clock, 31-17. Here's a handoff to Javon Thomas, who spins out of a tackle to the 10. He'll gain a yard. And it'll be 2nd down and goal from the 10. 5:54 on the clock, 5:39 rather on the clock. 31-17, South Oak Cliff in the lead over Port Neches-Groves. Javon Thomas stays into the game on offense for South Oak Cliff.
They stopped the clock for a second.
Cauley blocked a Port Neches defender all the way into the cameraman, and they got tangled up on that play. Okay. That's why they stopped the clock.
3 receivers at the bottom. South Oak Cliff headed right to left from our vantage point at the 10-yard line. 2nd and goal from the 10. William Little wants it. He has Javon Thomas right behind him and to his right. Thomas gets the carries, bounces out of a defender, coming near side to the 10, trying to get around, can't do it. He's swarmed again and slung out of bounds. Another great play by the defender, Dylan Lawless, the cornerback, who plays that run very well and scrapes Thomas out of bounds. It could have been a face mask call on the defensive end, Peyton Broom, who had his right hand on Javon Thomas's face mask, but there was no call there apparently.
And Thomas trying to get around that corner, as you said, B&G scraped very well. And I think Thomas stopped right before he went out of bounds. I think he didn't want to go out of bounds to stop the clock, tried to, and they slung him out. But that does stop the clock with 5:08 to go.
Ball on the left hash, 5:08, as you mentioned. 31-17, South Oak Cliff in the lead. Over Port Neches-Groves in this Class 5A Division II state title game. The timeout's been called on the field. We will take 1-2. We'll be right back right after this.
We are the NFHS. That stands for the National Federation of State High School Associations. But really, what we stand for, together with the UIL, are the 825,000 high school sports and performing arts students in Texas. And so we stand. We stand for the runners, debate team members, and basketball players. We stand for their coaches, officials, and adjudicators. We stand for the drummers, football players, and actors. We stand for the golfers, singers, and swimmers. We stand as the national leader and advocate for these essential activities and all who participate in them and make them possible, because it is our purpose to ensure that high school students get to play, perform, and compete together. To learn more about who we are and what we stand for, visit nfhs.org.
Well, it is 31-17. South Oak Cliff in the lead here at Jerry World. 5:08 left to go in the state Class 5A Division II state championship game. And South Oak Cliff is knocking on the door trying to maybe seal this thing up, Justin.
Yeah, I think a score here puts the final nail in the coffin for South Oak Cliff. But 3rd and 10, you got to convert.
3 receivers out to the right. William Little, handoff up the middle. Tedrick Williams and he's going to have his feet cut out from under him after about a 4-yard gain to the 6-yard line. And Williams with his purple gloves, it seems like he has different gloves each week. They'll spot it at the 5.
Well, and they're running the ball and thinking, okay, if we score, great. If we don't, that's just more time taken off the clock, that they bleed off this clock here against Port Neches-Groves, and then they can just kick a field goal and still be up 17.
I think you'll see Coach Jason Todd take this clock all the way down to 1, call a timeout, and then send the field goal team out. There's 4:28 and ticking in the game. It's 4th down and 5. The ball is on the left hash. It appears like it'll be a 22-yard field goal coming up for Diego Varela. The timeout's been called. Let's keep it here.
Okay.
I just like how Sox receivers block. They're just so aggressive, and they want to block you hard, not just a little soft touch like some receivers block. They want to get a pancake and get on the pancake stat sheet and pour some syrup on you. That's what them receivers want, blocking. I just enjoy watching that.
I think what it is, too, is kind of like their defensive backs. They play so aggressive, and it's kind of like, okay, I want to play aggressive and make the official call me for holding. If the official's going to make you call it close, okay, then we'll find another blocking technique, a different way. I know I can't hold as long.
Hey, we were talking during the break about players of the game, and Blake, we've got a Harris Ratings Weekly Player of the Game. Who is that?
Oh, you want offense or defense first?
Just whichever one.
We got William Little, the South Oak Cliff quarterback, as the offensive player of the game. 235 yards passing so far and 1 touchdown. And he also has 7 yards rushing and a touchdown.
That's your Harris Ratings Weekly Player of the Game. Your Nelson Law Group Player of the Game is?
Malik Muhammad, who had a 42-yard pick 6 and has 3 tackles.
Although it was inconclusive on the touchdown on the pick 6. But
in high school replay it was, yes.
It was a touchdown. They ruled it a touchdown, therefore it is a touchdown.
Yeah.
He slid in like he was sliding into second base. Might have slid a little bit too early, but inconclusive on the replay, so they gave him the touchdown. And, hey, at the University of Texas in Austin where he's going to play football, he showed that maybe he can be a pitch runner perhaps on the baseball team.
Possibly. This defense, you think about it tonight, they've had 2 safeties and a pick 6. There's 10 points right there from your defense. And I kind of almost equate it to like basketball, like a full court press. I mean, even the offense too, it just kind of wears you down. By about the 4th quarter, you just kind of you got nothing left. I mean, it feels like there's 12, 13 players out there on the defense, and then on the offensive line, it feels like there's 6 or 7 guys blocking, and they just kind of keep leaning on you throughout the game.
And speaking of this defense, there's 10 senior starters and 1 junior. And that junior is Brandon Jones, who is the leading tackler at linebacker.
So they got some holes to fill for next year.
A lot of holes to fill.
While we're in this media timeout, Millennium Sports and the South Oak Cliff Golden Bears wish to thank tonight's broadcast sponsors, Build-A-Berry Funeral Directors of Denton, Rodenbaugh Flooring America Kitchen, Bed and Bath of Allen, Nelson Law Group PC of Flower Mound, the Dallas Independent School District, Joseph Paul Holmes of Fairview, the booklet Walking Through the Valley of Grief by author James C. Bivens, available now on Amazon, Harris Ratings Weekly of Corinth, Millennium Sports Live video broadcast of the 76th Annual Dallas ISD Invitational Basketball Tournament will be broadcast December 30th, so tune into that. Right now it's 31-17. South Oak Cliff looking for more. Will attempt a 22-yard field goal attempt for Diego Varela from the left hash. The right-footed kicker sends it banging through the uprights, not even a question. And that makes it 34-17. South Oak Cliff has doubled up on Port Neches-Groves. How about that?
What a second-half performance by South Oak Cliff.
4:18 remaining in the game. And let's not forget, Port Neches-Groves was up 17-5 just before the half. It was ever since the William Little to Trey Jackson 15-yard touchdown pass, it's been all South Oak Cliff.
Yeah, 100%. And this defense is just, I've talked about it being one of the best I've ever seen. It truly might be the best high school defense I've ever seen.
Are we talking about maybe the Baltimore Ravens, the 2000 Baltimore Ravens, the 85 Bears of high school football?
It truly might be.
When I interviewed Malik Muhammad last week, he talked about that 2000 Ravens team. They want to kind of emulate that team. And give credit, I talked about before, Kyle Ward, the defensive coordinator for South Oak Cliff, he does a great job of he gets after his players, but he's not afraid to celebrate, and enjoy time with them. He's a really good defensive coordinator, and I think at some point he's going to be a head coach here in Dallas or somewhere at some point.
A lot of schools should be calling that man.
Definitely.
The average score of South Oak Cliff football game is 33-15. This is just your average run-of-the-mill game for South Oak Cliff. 34-17 here. Diego Varela to bang it away. He does so coming near side. 4:18 on the clock. And Garner's going to take it inside his own 5 coming up the right hash. And his feet are clipped out from underneath him. And a great play there defensively on the kickoff team for Jaden Shelton, the backup linebacker. Makes a great play, and PNG will start deep in their own territory inside the 20 at the 17-yard line.
If you're South Oak Cliff, keep everything in front of you. You don't have to gamble. Don't give up a big play. PNG is going to probably try to do some – they're going to have to definitely do some tempo here on this possession.
I wonder if something happened to Crippen on that interception because he has not been back in the game.
Are you on the safety?
No, when he threw the interception to Malik Muhammad.
Yeah, Shea Adams into the game at quarterback, handoff Isaiah Wynn, and he falls forward to the 21-yard line. Gain of 4. And if Port Neches-Groves if they're going to try to do the crazy miraculous comeback, they're going to have to do it maybe somewhere other than Isaiah Wynn running it for 5 yards. At some point, they're going to have to open it up. And this isn't their real starting quarterback. This is almost an interception. Shea Adams threw it over to his receiver on the left side, and it was not anywhere close to his receiver, but it was more close to David Spruells, who almost picked it off, but it was a low throw. And now it's 3rd down and 6 for the Indians, who will send 2 receivers to either side. Adams will step back in shotgun formation. Ball is at the 21-yard line. His heels are at the 16. He's going to roll out right. Wanting to throw on the run. He does so, and it's going to be almost intercepted, but going out of bounds and unable to haul it inbounds is Malik Muhammad. It first went off of the linebacker Abdul Muhammad. It went off his hands and into the hands of Malik Muhammad, but neither one could stay in bounds, and it falls incomplete. 4th down and 6 coming up. And this is basically your ball game.
Yeah, 4th down, you got to go for this. This may be your last possession of the ball game.
4th and 6.
Ball at the 21, 4th down and 6, 3:34 left to go in the game. Shea Adams in the gun, drops back. Now he's going to roll out in the pocket, throw it on the run, and that ball is incomplete. And there's a flag down, however. It was intended for Garner.
Now the back judge threw that flag 20 yards.
He must have seen a holding on the back of a jersey on Garner's jersey being held.
It was a pretty good throw, 20-yard flag.
Yeah.
Pretty good throw. We were talking about that earlier. What was the
Ed Hockley.
Ed Hockley, yeah. He must have had Ed Hockley arms. It's going to be against South Oak Cliff. That's going to give life to PNG. There's 3:28 left to go in the game. It's a 17-point game, so a lot's going to have to happen in 3:28.
Taylor, that pass interference was on Taylor Starling. So that gives PNG a fresh set of downs.
That'll move the ball out to the 31-yard line. Adams rolls out right. Flushed down to the pocket. Throws deep down the field, and that one's incomplete. Intended for Prosperi, and I think he was out of bounds when he tried to haul it in as the ball sailed on Adams. Again, Adams is their backup quarterback. We haven't seen Cole Crippen since he threw the interception.
I see him. He doesn't have a jersey or pads on.
And he is a senior, so that would be his final play of his career, would be an interception to Malik Muhammad.
He's at the 30-yard line, 25 now, just standing by the guy in the green shirt.
Ball at the 31-yard line, moving left to right. Shea Adams is going to run the read option. He pulls it out of the gut. He's got the 50 on the South Oak Cliff side of the field at the 45-yard line. A big run there by Shea Adams. Again, in a very popular magazine that comes out sometime in the summer, they called him an athlete instead of a receiver or quarterback or a designated position. And he is an athlete, and I think there was a face mask at the end of that thing. No call, though. They'll spot it at the 45. The quarterback apparently separated his shoulder, and that's what happened there. There's a pass deep down the middle of the field. That's going to be caught. Making a late run here is Prosperi and PNG, as they'll now be inside the 20 to about the 16-yard line. And we got word that Cole Crippen may have a separated shoulder, but we don't want to speculate. But here's a handoff up the middle over the 15 to the 14-yard line. But that's what we understand.
That play before, it threaded the needle between Brandon Jones and Taylor Starling to get that big gainer on that pass play just one play ago.
Second down and 9. We're at the 2:16 mark. Adams handoff to Wynn over right side. He's got the 5 or close to it at the 7. Knocked down hard by Spruells, but PNG knocking on the door.
We got a
7-yard run.
South Oak Cliff player down.
Keith Smith is down.
He's down at the 16-yard line, close to what was the line of scrimmage. And I'm not sure if this is going to be. Nope, he's going to get back up, and looks like he's going to be fine and hop off the field. What a game this has been. 34-17. We're at the 2:01 mark. Left to go in the game. South Oak Cliff appears to be headed for state championship number 2 back-to-back. But Port Neches-Groves knocking on the door, not going away. Down by 17, trying to punch it in inside the 10-yard line. Ball at the 7, 3rd down and 2 coming up. Here's jumbo package. Low snap. This time Adams digs it out over right tackle, slung down at the 5. A nice play there on the edge by the defensive player, Jahatton Edwards, the defensive end. 46 tackles coming into tonight's game. He scraped it nicely. Ball at the 5. Adams and whistles before this one gets underway. South Oak Cliff already celebrating, perhaps. You can hear the drums and the band, and we're getting ready to blow the roof off of this place. False start against Port Neches-Groves.
And Monty, I'm hearing what the record is, or the attendance tonight, 32,098.
Well, that's way down.
Well short of the record.
Well short. Not even close. It's not even close to what we had a year ago.
That's what somebody else. I saw this on social media. Matt Stepp from Dave Campbell's magazine.
Shea Adams around the right side, pushing, churning inside the 5 to the 3-yard line. I thought I saw a flag down, but apparently not. 1:11 on the clock. Adams just trying to run it in again, and they're just trying to run the same play over and over, and he stopped again at the line of scrimmage. At the 3-yard line.
Now we got a timeout called by...
There's a 1:02 left to go in the game. 34-17, and Port Neches-Groves calls a timeout. Jeff Joseph, who's 13-2 in his first year as a head coach. He's had a pretty good career as an assistant coach. 14th year of coaching. He's a Katy graduate, son of legendary Katy head coach Gary Joseph, and grandson of Eddie Joseph. He's the 20th head coach in the 97-year history of Port Neches-Groves.
Wow.
He's been at Katy. He's been at Seven Lakes. 4 seasons as the DC at Austin Westlake. Anybody ever heard of Austin Westlake?
Yeah. Especially the last few years.
That's a pretty good reputable high school football program. He was a defensive assistant at Texas A&M for 3 seasons. He was a DC at Magnolia West, special teams coordinator and defensive assistant at South Lake Carroll. Anybody heard of South Lake Carroll?
I was about to say, both those teams, yeah.
So he's got he's got a heavy resume. You can see why he was hired. This is a big job at Port Neches. You can see why he got it. And here's a jump pass into the end zone. That's going to be a touchdown. Brock Herbert hauls it in about 5 yards deep in the end zone from Shea Adams, as Shea Adams looked like he was going to take a knee, and then he faked taking the knee and threw a jump ball right over the offensive line into the end zone. And we've got a 34-23 game awaiting this PAT.
They're going to go ahead and kick a field goal as opposed to going for 2.
The kick is up, just sneaks inside the uprights. And Sandoval's kick is good, and it's a 10-point game, 34-24. It was Brock Hebert. Hebert.
South Oak Cliff better get their special teams ready. Onside kick coming up.
You better get your special teams ready. You also might want to get the plastic cover ready, because when you start shaking up those Canadian Dry bottles and throwing it all over yourself. Yeah. Can you do that at Jerry World? Do they allow you to do that?
I don't think they do.
Canadian Mist, is that what it is, where you spray it all over yourself? You can't do champagne, obviously, high school kids.
I think they got to wait till they get back to their home locker room. You can't get Jerry's dirty,
11 plays, 83 yards on the drive for Port Neches-Groves. Our new score, 34-24. We're at exactly a minute left in this game. South Oak Cliff will come out and prevent, so to speak. Nobody back deep to return it, one man back deep, but he's not deep very far. I tell you what, if you were to kick this one deep and go sprint and get it.
Yeah.
But it's a squibber. It's an onside kick. It's going to be fielded cleanly by South Oak Cliff at the 45-yard line.
That was a good recovery by Abdul Muhammad.
It was.
That ball took the right bounce, too.
The next time he steps on the field, he's going to be at SMU, Abdul Muhammad. As they're just about ready to kill the clock, celebrate this one right here. 59 seconds left to go in the game. What a game it has been.
Wow.
And you brought it up, Charles Dickens. Tale of two halves.
And kind of off the air, we were, me and Blake were sitting here at around first quarter a little worried about South Oak Cliff, because Port Neches-Grove was really putting it to them, and South Oak Cliff wasn't able to figure them out offensively or defensively.
Got to give credit to Port Neches. They came out and gave South Oak Cliff everything they wanted in the first half, but South Oak Cliff proved why they are the champs.
Snap back. Taking a knee is William Little. Well, they're going to have to do it again. Or a timeout's been called there. 56 seconds. A timeout has been called.
PNG's going to make him work for it to the very end. Yeah, like the way that PNG came out. Mike Tyson had a saying back in the 80s, early 90s. Everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the mouth. Well, PNG came out here and they punched South Oak Cliff in the mouth. And South Oak Cliff, they took the punches, took it on the chin.
They got off the ropes.
And came back at them in the second half and really put it to them. And by the fourth quarter, they just did what they normally do. Lean on that offensive line and let their defense go to work and finish them off.
It was kind of a Holyfield-Tyson fight. Mm-hmm. Somebody's ear got bitten in the first half, but they came back and they bit back.
Yeah.
Tedrick Williams now Port Neches-Groves has one timeout remaining. And it's still victory formation for South Oak Cliff. William Little snaps, gets it, takes a step back, takes a knee. We'll see if the other timeout comes. I'm sure it will. Clock rolling at 48. I guess they're not. They're going to be content to let this one go, maybe. 45, 44.
He may let one more play go and then call a timeout. Make him punt it or something? I don't know.
Chess match to the very end, is it not? One more snap. William Little, snap back, takes a knee, 27 seconds, 26. Coach Jason Todd starts to celebrate. He stands up. He waves the towel to the South Oak Cliff fans. Dallas, your South Oak Cliff Golden Bears are back-to-back state champions in Class 5A Division II. And the players jump in the Salvation Army bucket like Zeke. Mecca. Go crazy, Dallas.
What a performance. What a season, too.
At this point, your urban school in South Oak Cliff becomes the football school that everyone wants to go to. If you're at another Dallas ISD school and you're thinking about playing football, you're thinking about South Oak Cliff. How do I get there? I want to play for Coach Todd.
Yeah, Dallas ISD hadn't won a state title since the 50s, and now they've won 2 in a row with Coach Jason Todd at the helm.
What a moment at AT&T Stadium.
And I believe, too, if I'm not mistaken, he's the first African-American coach to win back-to-back state titles.
What an amazing job by head coach Jason Todd.
And give them credit, too. When they were down there in the first quarter, they weren't pointing fingers. They just kind of got back in, coaches got them together, got the game plan, made adjustments, especially in the locker room, and they came out swinging.
Hey, guys, have we ever, as a broadcast crew, ever called a loss for South Oak Cliff?
We're the good luck charms right now, baby. That and selfies. That pregame selfies by Monty with Jason Todd.
Pregame selfies in the broadcast. Yeah. Well, hey, I think we should sign up for Dallas ISD maybe again next year, perhaps. Maybe they should come looking for us. Maybe there should be a bonus attached with that.
A big bonus.
What a game this has been. What a game. Jason, Justin, you want to give us our sponsors real quick, please? We're in the Nelson Law Group postgame show, by the way.
All right. Millennium Sports and the South Oak Cliff Golden Bears wish to thank tonight's broadcast sponsors: Bill DeBerry, Funeral Directors of Denton; Rodenball's Flooring, America Kitchen, Bed and Bath of Allen; Nelson Law Group PC of Flower Mound; the Dallas Independent School District; Joseph Paul Holmes of Fairview; booklet Walking Through the Valley of Grief by author James C. Bivens, available now on Amazon; Harris Rating Weekly of Corinth; and Millennium Sports live video broadcast of the 76th annual Dallas ISD Invitational Basketball Tournament on December 30th.
34-24, our final here at AT&T Stadium in the Class 5A Division II State Championship game. We're going to take a quick timeout. We announced that our players of the game, I think we said William Little was our Harris Ratings Weekly Player of the Game, and Malik Muhammad was our Nelson Law Group Player of the Game. We're going to take a quick timeout. We'll be right back right after this timeout.
Nelson Law Group PC, located at 700 Parker Square, Suite 134 in Flower Mound, offers assistance with family, business law, and estate planning services. Attorney Brett Nelson has over 25 years experience, and you can reach him at 972-808-7227 or online at nelsonlawgrouppc.com.
Rodenbaugh's Flooring America Kitchen Bed and Bath of Allen is your kitchen upgrade headquarters, featuring top-rated brands like Amana, KitchenAid, Maytag, and Whirlpool, and beautiful Cambria quartz countertops. For the bedroom, Sealy and Tempur-Pedic beds. A must-see. Rodenbaugh's flooring such as hand-scraped hardwood, luxury vinyl plank, and tile. Find details online at rodenbaughs.com or in our showroom at 102 West Main Street in Allen. You've got the hometown advantage with Rodenbaughs.
Founded in 1990, the DeBerry Funeral Directors, located at 2025 West University Drive in Denton, offer traditional services to cremations or anything in between. The Bill DeBerry family provide ongoing pre-planning and pre-need services, making the life transition smoother. Details are available online at DeBerryFuneralDirectors.com.
Founded in 2008, Joseph Paul Homes of Fairview, Texas, builds true luxury homes custom designed by Joseph Vastano. Joseph Paul Homes builds all the way from Preston Hollow to Salina, featuring a unique designer's touch in each new home. Details are available at josephpaulhomes.com and on the Joseph Paul Homes Facebook page. The Vastano family proudly supports our local youth in their academic, athletic, and extracurricular endeavors.
Welcome back to AT&T Stadium. Monty Walker along with Justin White and Blake Burnett. Blake, how about, you don't have stats ready for us, do you?
Oh, yeah, I do.
All right, let's go ahead and talk about the stat board by DeBerry Funeral Directors.
They just announced Manny Muhammad Defensive Player of the Game.
I think that's a pretty good one.
All right, we'll jump into stats.
I think we announced that, right?
Yeah,
Did
we
they
announced
go off
that
of us?
first,
It's the Harris Ratings Player of the Game.
William Little really grew up before our eyes tonight.
He did.
He had 798 passing yards coming into the game. He had 235 tonight. He was 9 of 16 passing for 1 touchdown. He also had 4 carries for 14 yards on the ground and another touchdown. Both South Oak Cliff offensive touchdowns were scored by Little. On the ground, Danny Green was the leading rusher, 15 carries for 68 yards. Tedrick Williams, 8 carries for 24 yards. Javon Thomas, 8 carries for 22 yards. Receiving, Jeremiah Cawley, 2 catches for 62 yards. Ricky Evans had 1 catch for 54 yards. Joshua Manley, 2 catches for 52 yards. Corinthian Coleman, 2 catches for 38 yards. Trey Jackson, 1 catch for 15 yards and a touchdown. And Miles Johnson, 1 catch for 14 yards. On defense for the South Oak Cliff Golden Bears, their leading tackler was Taylor Starling with 8, David Farrells with 7, Brandon Jones with 7. He also had 2 sacks. Cortland Kidd had 5. Keith Smith had 4. Dylan Brown Turner had 4. Manny Muhammad had 3. Abdul Muhammad had 2. Billy Walton had 2 and a sack. And this South Oak Cliff defense is just so good at each level. Defensive line, linebacker, and secondary. It might be one of the best defenses in the whole state of Texas. We'll jump into the offense for Port Neches as Cole Crippen, the starting quarterback, was 2 of 8 passing for 66 yards and an interception and a touchdown. The touchdown was a 53-yard pass to Landon Gutierrez. Chance Prosper had 4 catches for 51 yards, and Brock Herbert had 1 catch for 3 yards and a touchdown. The touchdown was thrown by Shea Adams, who was 4 of 7 passing for 41 yards and a touchdown. He also had 11 carries for 48 yards and a touchdown. Isaiah Wynn had 22 carries for 154 yards as he was the go-getter for the PNG offense tonight. Now we'll jump into their defensive stats. PNG was led on defense by Nick Gardner with 12 tackles, Seth Landry with 10, Mason Drody with 9, Sean Gardner with 8, Reed Richard with 4, Dylan Lawless with 3, Cameron Drody with 3, and Shea Adams with 2. Jonathan Hernandez 2, Peyton Broom 3, Isaac Baker with 2 as well.
All right, thank you, Blake. That was our DeBerry Funeral Director stat board. Let's do our DeBerry Funeral Director scoring summary. And this game started with P&G, Port Neches-Groves with the football. And they went 3 plays and 70 yards to start this game and scored on a 53-yard touchdown from Cole Crippen to Landon Garner. And that made it 7-0 with 10:52 left to go in the first quarter. South Oak Cliff, with their first possession, started at their own 25-yard line. They went 10 plays and 72 yards, and it stalled out at the 3-yard line. But Diego Varela bailed them out with a 21-yard field goal to get South Oak Cliff on the board, 7-3 with 4:59 on the clock. The Indians had to punt after 4 plays, and then South Oak Cliff, they trapped. It was a great punt by Cole Crippen, 62 yards to trap South Oak Cliff down at their own 6-yard line, and that really turned the game for a moment. South Oak Cliff had to punt, which gave P&G the short field. So the punt played a huge role in the first half. And P&G, with the short field at the 46-yard line, took only 9 plays to score, but it ended on a 32-yard field goal by Andre Sandoval to make it 10-3 as the Indians extended their lead to 10-3 with 9:12 remaining in the second. South Oak Cliff was forced to punt again, and everybody thought, okay, well, I don't know. South Oak Cliff may not be able to hang in this football game, as they punted it away and gave P&G the ball at their own 4. But the good thing is they did trap them at their own 4, which ended up being a safety, as quarterback Cole Crippen was sacked 3 yards deep in his own end zone. That made it a 10-5 score with 5:18 left to go in the second. South Oak Cliff got the ball back after the safety, but were forced to punt again, where P&G took it with 4:15 left to go before the half at their own 38-yard line. On the first play, 57 yards for Isaiah Wynn. It got caught at the 5-yard line by Taylor Starling, but Shea Adams punched it in from the Wildcat from the 5, and that ended the 2-play, 62-yard drive. And all of a sudden, P&G had a 17-5 lead at the 3:32 mark in the second. Everybody thought, hey, well, South Oak Cliff had a great season, but I don't know if they're going to be able to hang around down 12 points. But they did come back. Of course they did. They started at their own 34-yard line. They drove 7 plays, 66 yards, and scored on a 15-yard touchdown from William Little to Trey Jackson, which made it 17-12 with 24 seconds left to go before the half. P&G then at their own 25 just basically ran 1 play for 11 yards and then ran out of time, killed the clock. We moved over into the second half. South Oak Cliff defers to the second half all the time, and that's why they wanted the football first. And they capitalized. They started at their own 29-yard line and drove 58 yards on 4 plays. It was a 30-yard field goal by Diego Varela, and that made it 17-15, a 2-point game with 10:52 left to go in the third. P&G, or 10:18 rather. P&G took it at their own 30-yard line and ended up on a punt, went over the head of Crippen into the end zone. He went back and just basically swatted it out of the back of the end zone for another safety, and that tied the game at 17 up at 6:17 left to go in the third. South Oak Cliff then got the ball back after the safety and went 8 plays, 42 yards, and took the first lead of the night, 24-17, with 2:05 left to go in the third. It was a 3-yard touchdown by William Little, who pulled it out of the gut of the running back for one of the few times in the playoffs on the read option. Pulled it out and ran it in, and what a beautiful display that was on the read option. That made it 24-17. P&G then got the ball back at their own 25-yard line, and 2 plays later, Cole Crippen was picked off by Malik Muhammad, who ran it back to the house to make it 31-17. There was a conference whether or not he actually got in the end zone or not, because he slid like he was sliding into second base into the end zone. It looked replay as if he slid down before he got in the end zone, but the ruling on the field was a touchdown. There wasn't enough to overturn it. So the score stood at 31-17 with 1:03 left to go in the third. P&G took the ball with 1:03 left, and it was a huge Billy Walton sack that ended that drive on a turnover on downs that gave it back to Sauk at their own 48. They drove 9 plays, 52 yards, and again it was Diego Varela separating this game, 34-17 with 4:18 left to go in the game. Sauk in the lead. Gave it back to P&G at their own 17-yard line. Trying to make something happen. They went 11 plays, 83 yards, and didn't punch it in, but they took too long. 3:18 off the clock was too much time. That made it a 10-point game, 34-24, and that basically was your game as Sauk took the ball and took the knee. 34-24. South Oak Cliff Golden Bears are your back-to-back Class 5A Division II state champions. And that, my friends, is your DeBerry Funeral Director scoring drive recap.
Well, do you start talking about next year? They got enough to do it for next year? They're losing a lot of players. They got you talk about 10 seniors on that defense.
10 seniors.
10 seniors?
10 seniors
Yeah.
and 1 junior starter. And 7 of those defensive players are going to play Division I football.
Hey, again, we're in the Nelson Law Group post-game show. Let's take a quick timeout. We'll be right back right after this.
Nelson Law Group PC of Flower Mound offers assistance with contract law, partnerships, and civil litigation. Brett Nelson is client-centered and maintains excellent communication to assist his clients best reaching their goals. Nelson Law can be reached at 972-808-7227 or online at nelsonlawgrouppc.com.
Millennium Sports is live video broadcasting the championship day games of the 76th annual Dallas ISD Invitational Basketball Tournament Friday, December 30th at TexasSportsProductions.com, highlighting great boys and girls teams from across the country, along with Dallas ISD teams. If you or family, your business, school organization, or church would like to support Dallas ISD basketball, then contact John Froh, president of Millennium Sports, at 214-642-7003 or email jmfroh@att.net. Enjoy the game.
34-24, our final here at AT&T Stadium. South Oak Cliff is your Class 5A Division II state champions for back-to-back seasons. We want to thank DeBerry Funeral Directors, DeBerry Funeral, also Dallas ISD, Harris Ratings Weekly, Nelson Law Group. We're in the Nelson Law Group PC post-game show. We had our players of the game. William Little was our Harris Ratings player of the game. Malik Muhammad was our Nelson Law Group player of the game. We weren't able to talk to head coach Jason Todd, which is sponsored by Dallas ISD. They won't let us on the field. Jerry, that dang Jerry.
Man, they're tight on security down there. You know, I noticed too, Money, the players of the game that UIL selected was also William Little and Manny Muhammad.
Blake does a great job.
So.
Hey, Blake, this is our last game that we have with him. We're going to miss him as he's going off to the coaching career.
I do want to say something as we do score predictions every week. I had 31-24 Sauk.
Oh! Wow, you're pretty spot on.
34-24 is fine with me. That's pretty close.
That's pretty spot on. Again, we want to thank Rodenbaugh's Flooring of Allen. We were unable to get obviously an interview with Jeff Joseph also. But I'll tell you what, it's been a lot of fun. We've had a great season. Again, it began at Honey Grove, Texas, and ends at AT&T Stadium. So it's been
what a ride. It's
been a great ride. I want to thank John Froh for allowing us to be a part of this Dallas ISD train. Millennium Sports and the South Oak Cliff Golden Bears wish to thank tonight's broadcast sponsors: Bilderberry Funeral Directors of Denton, Rodenbaugh Flooring America, Kitchen, Bed, and Bath of Allen, Nelson Law Group PC of Flower Mound, the Dallas Independent School District, Joseph Paul Holmes of Fairview, the booklet Walking Through the Valley of Grief by author James C. Bivens, available now on Amazon, Harris Ratings Weekly of Corinth, Millennium Sports live production broadcast of the 76th Annual Dallas ISD Invitational Basketball Tournament, December 30th. Credits to Dallas ISD. We want to thank Dallas ISD Executive Athletic Director Dr. Sylvia Salinas, South Oak Cliff Head Coach Jason Todd, Dallas ISD Media Coordinator Todd Lamb, and special guest Dallas ISD Superintendent Stephanie Elizalde, Port Neches-Groves Head Football Coach Jeff Joseph, Texas Sports Productions Bobby Stotzenberger and Jay Riley, IT Support Kevin Evans, Jay Marino, DFW Media, DallasNews.com, High School Game Day, Fort Worth Star-Telegram, Denton Record Chronicle, Millennium Sports President and Broadcast Producer John Froh, play-by-play, myself, Monty Walker, along with Justin White and Blake Burnett on stats. South Oak Cliff Golden Bears UIL State Championship Football is written and produced and directed by John Froh and the Millennium Sports Network, copyright 2022. Don't forget, join us December 30th for Millennium Sports live video broadcast of the 76th Annual Dallas ISD Invitational Basketball Tournament Championship Day Games. For information on future Millennium Sports productions and broadcasts, visit at MSN on TSP on Twitter. Any final words? Blake Burnett, Justin White?
It's been a great game, great season, great ride, great. I mean, I don't know if this is the beginning of a dynasty for South Oak Cliff, but I mean, this Jason Todd, team and his defense, and last year, Kevin Henry Jennings leading that offense, and they had the defense, of course, and this year they had to lean a little bit more on the defense and the running game and the offensive line, and it just all comes together. Sometimes it's not pretty at first, but it all just seems to come together, and it wears down teams at the end of the game. And Coach Todd has just made the adjustments at the right time, and he's back-to-back state champions.
I think, with Samples, the Duncanville head coach, Todd's the understudy. I think it's time for Ward to be the understudy and go get him a head coaching job.
Kyle Ward, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's time.
This seems to be a little pipeline to SMU and maybe some other schools and Division I schools, obviously, and South Oak Cliff all of a sudden is the mecca of Dallas high school football. For everyone who's been a part of this one, including Justin White, our color analyst, Blake Burnett, our statistician, John Froh, who did the halftime interview, I'm Monty Walker. So long, everybody, from AT&T Stadium.
You've been listening to Millennium Sports presentation of South Oak Cliff Golden Bears UIL 5A Division II Championship Football. The Golden Bears wish to thank tonight's broadcast sponsors: Bill DeBerry Funeral Directors of Denton, Nelson Law Group PC of Flower Mound, Rodenbaughs of Allen and Ronald Rodenbaugh, the Athletic Department of Dallas ISD, the booklet Walking Through the Valley of Grief by author James C. Bivens, available on Amazon, Joseph Paul Holmes of Fairview, and Harris Ratings Weekly of Corinth and Van Harris. Join us again Friday, December 20th, live from Ellis Davis Fieldhouse in Dallas, as Millennium Sports will live video broadcast the championship games of the boys and girls Dallas ISD Invitational Basketball Tournament at TexasSportsProductions.com. For updates, follow us on Twitter at MSN on TSP. Thanks for listening, and drive safely. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. This is the Millennium Sports Network.